Noting the hour, I'm calling the Acton Select Board meeting to order, and we are jointly meeting with the Planning Board this evening. Welcome. First up is residents' concerns. If you have a concern and you are a resident, you can approach the mic.
And to me personally, it is this support that keeps me going. Thank you. Second, there is at least one pizza shop owner on Great Road who is confused about what we are asking for, so let me clarify. We are proposing that the cost of building sidewalks on Forest Road be rolled into the DPW building project and bonded as a single unified project. The DPW project makes all of Acton safer, and sidewalks on Forest Road makes Robbins Park safer for DPW neighbors who are most impacted by the DPW, past, present, and future. Third, regarding cost, quoting from slide 34 of the January 10th, 2025 Town Manager's budget presentation, and based on a $43 million DPW project cost, the current estimated taxpayer impact based on FY 2025 valuations of the DPW project is approximately $336 for the average single-family household, $196 for the average condo household. Using 1.7% as the estimated cost of sidewalks on Forest Road, the estimated taxpayer impact of sidewalks 1 for a single-family household would be $5.72 per year, which is 1.6 pennies per day. And 2 for a condo household would be $3.33 per year, which is 1 penny per day, 1.3 pennies per day on average. Fourth and finally, regarding safety, the industrial DPW operation moved into the residential Robbins Park neighborhood in 1969. In the 55 years since, the population of Acton has nearly doubled, and traffic on Forest Road has increased at least that much. It is inherently dangerous for bikers, walkers, joggers, baby strollers, wheelchairs, and dogs to traverse Forest Road without sidewalks, side by side with dump trucks, snow plows, fire engines, and all of the other Acton vehicles that fuel up at the DPW. According to my notes, there are only 4 regular select board meetings remaining before the April 29 town election and the May 5 and 6 town meeting. I sincerely hope that the agendas and minutes of these remaining meetings reflect a commitment by the select board to 1, fix the broken DPW building, and 2, fix the danger on Forest Road. Eric Heels, 17 Forest Road, Heels, H-E-E-L-S, at alum, A-L-U-M, .mit.edu, Actonian since 1995. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can you hear me now? Okay, my first time. All right, hello everybody. My name is Luma Samara. I am a Palestinian American living here in West Acton. I'm here today because I wanted to share that we have a 501c3 NGO called the Peacemakers Network. We call it TPN for short because it's a mouthful, right here in our community that allows us to tap into some really awesome community work. And I wanted to invite our town into that space. There's something for everybody there. Our mission is to promote human rights and social justice through education, community building, and legislative advocacy. And the community building element of this is a really big focus for us right now, which is why I'm here. The world has gone through some very difficult times over the last 2 years. And if there's one thing that is clear, it's that life can turn on you when you least expect it. We've seen that play out with the Gaza war. We're seeing it happen with the new administration with some of the immigration issues at hand. A lot of people are feeling helpless and want to be involved in making the world a better place, but don't know how to. So that's where TPN comes in. We have built a network of diverse people with great resources with what I would consider the most important ingredient, which is solidarity. It's a community built by the people for the people. And we turn hopelessness and frustration into action by hosting a whole bunch of events ranging from movie nights to peacemaking circles, to fundraising for underprivileged populations, to supporting legislative initiatives such as the Safe Communities Act and the Act to Promote the Civil Rights and Inclusion of American Muslims in the Commonwealth. We're also in the process of offering trainings on topics such as Legislative Advocacy 101, how to talk to your kids about war and difficult world events, nonviolent resistance, etc. Last year, we had a community event at Nara Park called Raising Peacemakers, and we're going to be having another event mid-May. It's called Growing Joy, where the theme is around planting seeds of change, and the idea is for it to be a day of joy, connection, and empowerment. We plan on having a magician, which I'm very excited about, a lemonade stand that all the kids can fight over manning, an ice cream van, and it's just a really cool family event. We would like to invite Senator Eldridge and Rep. Cataldo to our event to be part of the solution, to show solidarity with your constituents. Ultimately, we will always be stronger together, and seeing our legislators standing with us will go a really long way. So I'm really hoping you guys can make it and maybe, you know, give a speech or a talk if you fancy that. And finally, I'd like to end with the fact that I truly believe peace is never, ever created in a silo. And it's not easy as we challenge ourselves, we challenge our beliefs. But real change starts at the local level, which again is why I'm here. And with each of us playing a role in shaping a more just and peaceful community, I'm hopeful that we're going to get there. We have some really wonderful people in our community, and I'm very hopeful that Acton can lead the way for change in Massachusetts. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. If you're interested in learning more, you can reach out to me personally or find us at www.thepeacemakersnetwork.com. Thank you. My address is 25 Duggan Road.
Thanks, Lum.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Jeff Champagne. I'm at 20 Cowdrey Lane. I've lived in Acton, Mass. for the last 12 years with my 4 children and my wife, and I'm just here in support of the Peacemakers Network. I met Luma at the event last summer, and she's welcomed me into the group, and I've attended several events. It's been an enlightening experience of building community, and I invite you to join us. Come and build what this town is really great is inviting people in. This is the most diverse place I've ever lived in my life. My children grow up in a neighborhood where they have people from around the world that they can intervene with and build relationships with, and the Peacemakers Network is another opportunity for them to do that. So I'm here to support this initiative and ask you for your support as a select board to both promote this and help enhance it as it helps to build our community. So thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no more residents' concerns, I'll move on to the chair update. I just have I wanted to give a brief thank you to the DPW and the safety department for clearing the streets so diligently after the last snowstorm. I think there was only 1 mailbox fatality, which is pretty good. Maybe 2. Okay. Also, the Economic Development Committee is hosting a workshop for the Economic Strategic Plan. That'll be Wednesday at 7 p.m. in the Acton Library. That's all for me. John, sorry.
I was encouraged to remind residents with dogs that you have to have your dogs licensed, and that dog licensing ends February 28th. So if you received an invoice from the town clerk's office to renew your license, we encourage you to bring that in. I think there might be late fees if you bring it in late. So we want to know about your dogs. We like to see the different dog names that come in. It's kind of a fun part of working in the town clerk's office, and it also helps with all the other things we need to do as it relates to management of dogs. Thank you.
Any other member updates, Alyssa? And mine isn't turning off. Alyssa, do you want to use, I don't know if this will.
Oh my gosh, I'll feel like Taylor Swift. All right, thank you. So I just have a few announcements about events on March 2nd, which is Sunday, from 2:30 to 4:30. The 26th Annual Community Skate Fundraiser supporting AB STEAM, which is formerly known as AB Pip STEM, and also local food pantries, will be held at Neshoba Valley Olympia on Mass Ave. The Acton Women's Club is turning 110 this year, and they are celebrating with, among other things, a free concert on Saturday, March 8th at 2 p.m. The former lead singer of the Platters, Tony Funches, I don't know how to pronounce that, at the Clubhouse, 504 Main Street, and the community is invited. So that's a free event. They will accept donations because it's a historic building, and keeping it maintained is quite costly. And then finally, the Acton Conservation Trust annual meeting is Sunday, March 16th at 1 p.m. right here in this room. And their business meeting, which is very short, 15 minutes, will be followed by a presentation by Newhouse Wildlife Rescue titled "Porcupines Don't Shoot Their Quills." And some of you may have seen on the news about the little beaver who was rescued, Neebe, and she's now an ambassador beaver. She's going to be here as well as a groundhog.
So on behalf of the Acton 250 Committee, our next event is going to be a program on Patriots of Color. That'll be in this room on Wednesday, February 26th at 7 p.m. And the next Acton 250 Committee meeting is going to be on Thursday, February 27th at 7 p.m. Downstairs in room 9. And we're always welcoming people to come in with new ideas about our programming. Thank you.
Hello, just one thing. About a week ago, Fran and I attended the ribbon cutting at Velvet Vine, new restaurant on Great Road. It was a great event, well attended. They're just getting more and more into their hours. Right now, they're open for dinner from Wednesday through Sunday, and they're open for brunch on the weekends.
We've gotten a bunch of emails about the town's response to recent federal executive orders, and I'm sure that at future meetings there are select board members and staff that know more than I do about these topics, but because of the urgency in the emails, I wanted to just give a quick update, hopefully to sort of start off this conversation. Mostly I want to talk about two areas, immigration enforcement and our diversity and equity efforts. With respect to immigration, our town policies, which have stayed the same for many years, still stand. We don't keep records of the immigration status of residents. The police don't ask about the immigration status of anyone they interact with. One thing that's changed in the last few years, there are now driver's licenses, both for residents and for undocumented residents, but there is no difference between them. So police who look at a lot of driver's licenses aren't picking up extra clues about people's status. The police and other town staff won't answer questions about the immigration status of individuals, and we don't pick up or detain people based on requests that are not accompanied by actual warrants. We cooperate with warrants, demands made in warrants signed by local judges, but it's important that all residents feel confident about contacting the police or town staff. So our choice about not tracking immigration status is an important part of our mission of safety. The federal administration has made some moves against larger cities that have explicitly declared themselves sanctuary cities, and what that means is they have policies similar to ours. We just don't happen to call them by that name, but it's the same policies. None of these moves have resulted in changes in those cities, but if our town, our little town, receives similar pressures, we are clear on the legality and the importance of our policies. With respect to diversity, equity, and inclusion programs, there is an executive order that targets organizations that receive federal funds in support of DEI goals. This doesn't apply to the town of Acton. Our effort to support DEI came from within the town, supported by town meeting and the select board, and is paid for within our own budget. And we do this work not because it's popular or not, or because it's associated with some party or not, but because we're working to help undo the centuries of habits, laws, and customs in the U.S. that have advantaged men over women, the temporarily abled over people with disabilities, descendants of European immigrants over those from other continents, and people meeting narrowly defined gender and sex roles over the many that do not. We don't do this by practicing any so-called reverse discrimination, but instead we're looking to foster practices that are welcoming to the full variety of people that make up Acton's residents, visitors, vendors, and business people. Part of that recent assault on diversity from the federal government is an executive order on sex and gender, which looks to strike down practices encoded in law and in earlier executive orders in support of trans people. Rather than prematurely acceding to the executive order, Acton will continue to adhere to state law and regulation and our own town practices regarding gender identities and any official paperwork and access to our facilities, and in our commitment to be welcoming to all. And I look forward to more conversation about the impact of all these federal changes on the town and our response.
Thank you, Jim. Next up, on to new special business. We are happy to welcome legislative updates from Senator Jamie Eldridge and Representative Cataldo. Welcome.
Okay, well, good evening. Thank you so much for having us. I did just get a message from Rep. Sena, so I think he's on his way. But great to be here with my friend and colleague, Representative Cataldo. Thank you so much to the Select Board for inviting us, and really find the best part of this is to answer questions. I know I was interacting with the chairwoman, I think it was yesterday, about any questions that the Select Board might have for us. Just wanted to briefly lay out to the board, because often we talk about the budget, of course, with the town, is that I'm sure you've seen the cherry sheets from Governor Healy's proposed budget on the unrestricted local aid. It does appear that there's a slight increase for being proposed from last year. So I would say generally the legislature matches what the governor does and usually does a little bit better. So we're hoping that's the case. Revenues, while I wouldn't describe them as robust, I would also not describe them as weak. I feel like that they're fairly solid. So hoping that the unrestricted local aid is a solid increase, which I know it was last year. So much, of course, what the town does is on the school budget side, and Simon, myself, and Dan, we did present before the school committee a couple months back. So I know despite the override passing at Acton, there's lots of concerns about the Acton-Boxford Regional School District budget. And I would just note that the bill to reconvene the Foundation Budget Review Commission, which came up with the Student Opportunity Act. That was formed well over 10 years ago, and so there's legislation to bring it back to look at reforming Chapter 70, including particularly to, well, at least in our view, to look at the minimum aid communities like Acton and Boxborough. So I hope that that commission is reconvened, but that I think that also means that you won't see a major reform in Chapter 70 this legislative session. So what can we do as legislators to increase funding for the schools? So there's the increasing the minimum per pupil aid. So, you know, last year we had an increase across the board of per pupil, which tends to disproportionately benefit minimum aid communities. And so we will continue that push and hopefully get a greater increase. And I think Superintendent Light had discussed that in a recent memo about what that increase could mean. We don't know yet, but certainly, you know, be advocating for that increase. And then, of course, there's regional school transportation, which particularly helps Acton Boxborough, special education circuit breaker, which we know particularly helps Acton Boxborough. So that's sort of some general budget items. I don't have too much to add, but I do want to note that given all the transportation investments that are happening in Acton, obviously the continued progress in Kelly's Corner, just wanted to let you know that the delegation just recently had an update from Mass DOT about the Route 2 Taylor Road Piper Road intersection. My understanding is talking to John Mangiarotti, the town manager, that your DPW has met with Mass Highways / Mass DOT. The plan is for a public presentation to happen in June to get feedback from the public. I know it's been a very difficult intersection to solve, but I was impressed with what Mass DOT proposed. So just wanted to note that. And let's see, just on a housing note, because I appreciate the board being so supportive of housing, is, as I saw in the Acton Exchange, great to see that the full financing has been secured for McManus Manor. I know that's a project that this board has fully supported. Also great to see the apartments at Powder Mill Road make progress. And I remember being on a shuttle, I think it was the Acton shuttle, probably just before the pandemic with you, John, and maybe some of the select board members, to check out that site, that industrial site. And we advocated for the Mass Works grant. Was, you know, proud to secure that, but glad to see that now the apartment complex is being built and making progress. And then I believe that the Crosstown Connect shuttle will be providing service to those residents. So that's great to see. And then I'll just finish on a couple of bills, one of which members of the board asked for an update on is the Safe Communities Act. And to what this board has already talked about in terms of responding to executive orders, is that I'm just so proud and grateful that, you know, 8 years ago, so 2017, the Acton Select Board voted to establish, as was discussed, the welcoming town policy, similar to a sanctuary city policy, to make it clear that police were not going to be enforcing immigration law. I'm deeply grateful for the town passing that policy. I think it's made the community safer and certainly makes immigrants feel safer. The Safe Communities Act has 4 main provisions, and obviously it's a statewide bill. It would, first of all, prohibit police officers from asking the immigration status of any individual that police might interact with. It requires that if someone is arrested and happens not to have legal authorization, that they would be informed of their right to hire an immigration attorney. To be clear, it would not provide an immigration attorney, but their right to hire an immigration attorney, which can really make a difference, as I saw recently in the city of Marlborough, which I also represent, to helping keep immigrants here. The third provision would prohibit police or court personnel from informing ICE if someone that they see or have in their detention that person does not have legal status, and that's really important to establish that trust between immigrants and law enforcement. And then the last provision is it's called the 287G agreement. It's an agreement usually with county sheriffs, where actually county sheriffs are allowed to act as immigration agents, which is very chilling. So most of the 287G agreements have been canceled by sheriffs, but there is one sheriff, the Plymouth County Sheriff, and then the DOC that have these agreements. So those are the 4 provisions in the bill. Last month, there was a rally at the State House for the bill, which I'm proud to be one of the sponsors of. And so certainly if this board would, be open to endorsing the bill, that would be very helpful. But the bills have just been filed, so we're waiting on bills to be assigned to committee. We're waiting for committee assignments, et cetera, but the bill's been filed for this session. And then very quickly, I just note 2 other bills. One of them, which was really inspired by 2 of Acton's best sort of town or school employees, Kate Crosby, the energy efficiency manager for the Acton Boxborough School District, and Andrea Becerra, the sustainability manager, as I have filed a bill to create a state grant program to provide for other communities that don't have an energy efficiency manager. It would be a 2-year grant, and then afterwards that town or city would have to pay for that position, because that's what Acton and Acton Boxborough did with those positions. So I have filed a bill working, with Andrea and Kate Crosby. And then the last bill, since this board and the town has been such a lead on environmental and climate issues, is that there's a bill known as the Make Polluters Pay Bill. And what is federal law now with the Superfund law that obviously helped clean up the W.R. Grace site, it would establish a climate fund, obviously at the state level, that would penalize or create fees or fines for oil and gas companies that cause climate change, and that fund would be available for towns and cities to address the impacts of climate, whether adaptation or resiliency. So just want to mention that that's one of the bills I filed. There's been a lot of organizing around it. I think despite the best efforts that we've all made on climate, I think the reality is there needs to be more dedicated revenue sources at the state level to provide for the great work that's been done at the local level. So just wanted to mention those bills. Thanks to the board for being so interested in the Safe Communities Act. Looking forward to answering questions. And great to be here with my colleague, Representative Cataldo.
Thank you, Senator Eldridge, members of the board, Mr. Town Manager, members of the Planning Board. It's great to see you, and thanks for having me back just a few weeks after I came here. And I'm delighted to be back, and I will be very brief. I want to make sure my remarks are complimentary and not redundant of what Senator Eldridge just said, but I wanted to kind of pick up on a few threads that we left off with the last time I was here. And I think the last question or comment was from you, Jim, about the ability to track what's happening with House bills and transparency and such. I'll be going to vote tomorrow on the House rules package. There are some very significant changes to the way in which the House has traditionally done business that are reflected in that House rules package. Acton has a strong kind of center of advocacy around transparency and process in the state legislature. And these changes reflect what Actonians have been asking for years, including making all committee votes public, including plain language summaries of bills, attendance at hearings, and some other pretty important, technical, but pretty important changes to how extensions are done so that we can actually get more bills passed out of committee. So I'm very excited to take that vote tomorrow. And happy to answer any questions about that. I have filed 27 bills, and they are very consistent with what I kind of briefed you on before the bill filing deadline. I did want to bring one in particular to your attention that's intrinsic to what all of you are working on with respect to town meeting. In Massachusetts, we have I think, the best campaign finance system in the entire country of any state. Very transparent, very fulsome, very accessible to residents in terms of what OCPF puts on its website. There is one loophole that is specifically concerns Acton and other towns with town meeting, which is that when I get a donation or a statewide ballot commission gets a contribution, or even you get a contribution for your campaigns, that becomes public information. But contributions for town meeting warrant articles that will not go to the ballot do not have to be disclosed. This has been a really significant issue for town meetings around Massachusetts, especially in Cape Cod, but we are seeing kind of tricklings of this issue closer to Metro West. So for instance, perhaps it's a large telecommunications company that wants to stop a local broadband network from being passed and funded at town meeting. You may see Actonian neighbors for accessible broadband and hundreds of thousands of dollars come in through mailers and advertisements and things like that with absolutely no transparency. So this is a bill that would close that loophole. And I think that it's a relevant campaign finance issue here. I'm really excited about lots of bills that I could go on and on about, but I really want to make sure to answer your questions. I just want to leave you with one point, which is that the prioritization in a moment like this, we are dealing with political challenges and potentially fiscal challenges on the horizon is really important. So I was delighted to see a set of questions that Alyssa sent prior to this meeting with questions about local aid, Chapter 70, and immigration. It's very helpful when the board comes to us by way of email through John or anything saying, we know the budget's coming up. Here's the thing we like, the things we like about the governor's proposal. Here's what we don't like. Here are the priorities, and they are in this order. That just really helps us with our advocacy and clarity. So thanks so much for everything you're doing. Really appreciate your work and looking forward to partnering on this 2-year session. Sure, I'm happy to start on that one. So there are two, yes, oh, sorry, thank you. The question was about remote town meeting and what is the status of permanently or temporarily, as was done in the past, extending remote town meetings. And by town meeting, the question does not just concern big Acton town meeting, it concerns meetings like this one, the Acton 250 committee meeting, all of those meetings. So right now, we still have a temporary extension of the ability for meetings to be remote. There are two kind of dueling bills, and I've heard from constituents on both of these. They're not the same, and I would love to know the select boards or any residents' opinion on these. One would require municipalities to make meetings remote accessible. Another would provide the option of doing so. And I'll just be direct, I have heard constituent input in favor of the optional version, advocating for that to continue to be an option, because if this temporary status goes away, it won't even be an option. I have heard concerns about requiring it, because if it's required and the exact confines in the statute do not fit with the needs of the town, that may create some additional burdens or unintended consequences. So that's my answer to your question, and thank you.
Yeah, perfect summary. I think what I would add to that, just representing a number of smaller communities, is often the smaller communities, I think this increases as you move west, have said that they either don't have the funding or the technology to guarantee that all, to Simon's point, that all, committee meetings would be able to be hybrid, and therefore they want hybrid to continue as an option, but not to make it mandatory for every meeting to be hybrid. So certainly welcome any feedback from the board, including the planning board. So thank you.
First, I just wanted to say thank you for all the things you do from state communities advocating when we applying for a grant, that kind of thing. I have one question, one comment. First of all, the question is, where do we stand with the MBTA funding? Last year, you all dealt with funding the other regional transit authorities and things, but the MBTA was left out of that mix. And where do we stand with that and for our commuter rail users?
Sure. So I think last year, and of course, so much of this is funded by the millionaire's tax. So I think last year it was a 60-40 split approximately of 60% for education and 40% for the MBTA. It seems like there's now going to be more of a push towards the MBTA funding by both the legislature and the governor. So those will largely be decided in the budget coming up. But, my sense is there is a bigger push for greater investment in the MBTA. Obviously for, those of us here on the Fitchburg line and the South Acton line, what would residents most like to see? We often hear about more frequent, commuter rail service, making other stations from my district heading west handicapped accessible, like the Ayer train station. But yeah, my sense is that there will be more spending for the MBTA.
I want to use your question, David, to pivot to something related that I'm hearing a lot from residents of Acton and everybody who uses the Fitchburg line about. I met with the MBTA 2 weeks ago about the frequency of service during the traditional kind of 9 to 5 worker hours. And I was, of course, advocating for increased service because anybody who has kids drop off, anybody who is taking care of an elderly person and has constraints, it's been a real problem. And an hour between departures on both ends is really problematic, especially since some of the, now we've had, I think, really good, and I want to encourage people to take the MBTA, and I take the commuter rail often to work, and I think there are trains that are very consistent, but others that are not as consistent. In advocating for increased service during those times, what I've been told by the MBTA is that it is very much a zero-sum game when it comes to the track availability at North Station right now, that they're basically maxed out. And so the infrastructure investments in order to alleviate that is going to need to be quite significant, and really otherwise we're kind of working at the margins. That doesn't mean I'm going to stop advocating, but it does mean that getting more for us is going to mean less for somebody else. And that's kind of what we're working with right now, which I think calls for what Senator Eldridge just alluded to, which is the significant foundational investments that the MBTA needs right now.
My other comment is, in the governor's budget, she's put in $75 as the minimum school aid per pupil. I just wanted to point out that that's less than half a percent of the cost to educate an average student in the Commonwealth. If we got to 1%, that's $185 per student.
Yeah, thank you, David, for noting that, and I know that's come up at other meetings, so we'll be pushing for the highest amount that's possible. Obviously, there's other pressures on education spending, so thank you.
Thank you.
And with regard to Chapter 70, and I know I beat a dead horse on this being at least my top priority for this session in terms of the budget, but to me, the baseline, David, is $104. That's where we left off. We're building up from that. We're not building up from the governor's proposal, I think.
Great, thank you very much for having us.
Oh, yes, if you have a question, come to the podium, please, and state your name and address, please.
Jamie will hand you a microphone.
Yep. Sorry. Hello. So just as a constituent regarding the governor's budget, I wanted to draw attention to this Boston, yes, Glen Cody.
And address,
77
please.
Strawberry Hill Road,
Thank you.
civically engaged. I wanted to draw our legislators' attention to this Boston Business Journal article, Unions Decry Healy's Cuts Affecting 170 Mental Health Workers. This is in her fiscal 2026 budget. It says that it would lay off 170 mental health caseworkers employed by the state who would help thousands of the state's, quote, most vulnerable residents, unquote, according to the union representing the impacted workers. The union SEIU 509 said the cuts, which represent half of the state's total caseworkers in the state's Department of Mental Health, would have a quote, devastating impact on our most vulnerable residents and jeopardize the livelihoods of human services across the Commonwealth. And in addition to the layoffs, Healy's budget would close 2 state hospitals, Papa's Rehabilitation Center in Canton and Pocasset Mental Health Center on Cape Cod. As a constituent, I would like to say I am unhappy about that and that we should invest in mental health, case workers and stuff like that. So that's my input. This seemed as good as a venue as any. I don't need a response, but that's my input as a constituent. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great, and I'll just add that, yeah, I think we've gotten a lot of contacts about those cuts and extremely concerned about them, and I think there's already, the governor's already revisiting those 2 centers closing, but I think you'll see a different approach by the legislature. That's my view.
Thank you. I think we thank you for your time.
Great, thank you so much.
Sounds good. We are going to take a 5-minute recess to figure out our microphone situation. We can, we're welcoming Representative Dan Sena. And Dan, our microphones aren't working. Where is the handheld? Oh, do you have a handheld microphone? Oh. Thanks, John.
Thank you. Friend, should I start? Services and protecting our climate and improving education and more. We need to look at our Chapter 70 funding formula. The system is clearly not working for our district, and we must invest in our schools. There are a number of bills filed that would adjust how our schools are funded. I myself filed a bill that would increase the state's part of the Education Foundation budget by 4%, ensuring that the state is investing more across the board. We can help school district in the short term, and I know this will not fix the problem, and we need to look at how and where we could modify the formula. Long term, we need to create a commission to study Chapter 70 to figure out the best way to fix the formula and increase funding to all schools. I've co-sponsored legislation to do that. However, we need to get funding to our school district right away. I support legislation to fully fund transportation and regional district, as well as bills that would address the role of inflation plays in the budget, and also to increase the investment rate from the special circuit breaker, the education circuit breaker, from 75% to 90%. These bills, much more needed investment in our schools, are one of the quickest ways that we can provide some relief. With the federal government targeting our immigrant community, it's beyond time that we take action to stop ICE and support the Safe Community Act, as well as Immigrant Legal Service Defense Fund, which would increase funding for immigrants to obtain legal services. I'm currently working on my own bill that would address some of these concerns. Transportation is also a focus of mine this session. We need to increase investment in our infrastructure, our regional transit system, the MBTA. I know the governor has filed a Chapter 90 bond bill, which would authorize $1.5 billion in bond spending for local roads and bridges over 5 years, if it's passed. This would also provide some vital services. My office also, we've received over 300 co-sponsorship requests from bills that other colleagues have filed and some of mine on. I know with Rep. Cataldo, we filed the home rule petition for Acton that would allow 16 and 17 years olds ranked choice voting. There's another one. Plastic ban charge, and also the residency requirement for the police and fire chief or personnel. With that, I just want to say thank you for the opportunity to speak. I don't want to take too long, but would love to answer any questions or concerns you may have.
Thank you, Rep. Sena. Does anyone have questions?
Hi, welcome here. Thanks for being here. I was wondering if you had any concerns about the rules package you get to vote on tomorrow. It seems very a step forward that's been waiting for a while, but you have a more detailed view of it. So I wanted to make sure you were thinking it was a good thing.
Thank you, Jim. Yeah, tomorrow we're going to find out. Hopefully, I think it's also the committee assignments. Don't quote me on that, but I think it's tomorrow. And I think it would be great to know where all the committee chairs are going to be. I look forward to voting on those rules. I think we ought to make it public how we vote on those committee assignments or committee bills. I think it's definitely important. I think it just adds trust to the government on how I'm voting, and I certainly want everyone to know how I vote. So I certainly looking forward to hopefully modify some of these changes to make it more transparent.
So I just have a quick comment. But before you came, there were a number of comments about the Safe Communities Act, not only by Senator Eldridge, but there also Jim made some comments about Acton being a welcoming town. And so I just wanted to reinforce that most folks in Acton are very much in favor of that and the details that are in that bill.
Thank you. That's great to hear. Thank you. No, definitely, I think it becomes a priority now, David, with the new federal administration. It certainly put a spotlight on how important we should act on this. I know Senator Eldridge has been filing this bill for many, many years now, I would say.
Thank you. Any other questions? Planning, do you have questions? Thank you, Representative
Thank you.
Sena.
It's good
Thank
to
you
see
for your
everyone.
time.
Thank you. Thank you.
Have a good night.
I don't know where I get this next. Yeah. No, just let me know.
So now I will, next on our agenda, number 4, we're discussing the housing production plan in joint meeting with the planning board.
Anybody from our committee online? Okay.
Yeah, just wanted to check and make sure you guys are able to hear me okay.
All right, so 7, I'm just calling to order, calling the planning board meeting to officially start tonight on February 24th, 7:50 PM. Do we have to do the roll call for the planning board too, right? Yeah. But James is on. Great. If James, if you could do the roll call for us, that'd be great.
Yes, sir, and so I could see John and Pat. Is there anybody else?
Michaela,
Oh, okay,
Ron, and Sam.
okay. So just, sorry, if folks are off camera, so calling the roll. And
Sure.
those I can and cannot see. Michaela?
Present.
Ron?
Present.
Pat?
Present.
John?
Present.
B. James, present. Thank you.
And Sam. Sam.
Oh, sorry, Sam, you're over there too?
Yes, present.
Thank you, Sam.
Thanks,
My
James.
apologies.
Thank you.
If you don't touch the phone, it doesn't make it
Yeah. Yes, thank you, Kristen.
So I just wanted to introduce Noah from JM Goldson, who's been working with the town on updating the housing production plan. So I think we've seen a lot of planning board and select board faces at some of the workshops, and I hope that you've been able to take part in the townwide survey. So Noah is here with us tonight to give an update on where we're at, and also to talk about the upcoming workshop that we'll be having in a few weeks to tie everything together. So I'll hand it over to Noah, who's joining us virtually tonight.
Yep.
Wonderful. Thank you, Kristen. Happy to be here and happy to speak with all of you. And I think I'm a housing planner and have worked in a variety of municipalities across Eastern Mass, and it's been a pleasure to get to work with Acton so far. Next slide, please. I work at JM Goldson, and we're a community-based planning firm. We our Jen, our founder, wasn't able to be here, but she'll be with us at our in-person meeting that I'll touch on in a second. We've also been collaborating with RHSO, with Liz Rust and Christine Locke, on a lot of the data portions of the housing plan, and really appreciate their hard work with this. And I believe it was before my time at the firm, but I believe that Jen and RHSO contributed and put together the prior HPP. So there's a lot of really good stuff in there that we're hoping to build off of and work on. Next slide, please. And yeah, I think as someone mentioned, a lot of familiar faces with the advisory group who's been helping guide this process.
Excuse me, James, is it James? Noah, can you please speak up just a little bit?
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you.
Can you guys hear me okay now? Okay. Yeah, I just wanted to thank our advisory group who have been helping to steer this, and they're really the ones at the helm helping us to put together the goals that we're going to touch on today, and then I'll talk about the next steps. And also wanted to just thank the staff for all of their help with keeping this housing plan rolling. Next slide, please. The agenda, super quickly, I wanted to show you guys our project schedule, keep you updated in the loop, talk a little bit about the goals and what an HPP is, and then next steps, and take your questions. The next slide, please. We are about 2/3 of the way through this housing production plan update. We've got this planning board, select board meeting. We really want to sort of prime the pump with you all, get you thinking about the plan, starting to take your questions, and would love to have you at our in-person forum in a few weeks. But really, so that when we come back in mid-May to present the final plan, there aren't any big questions and you feel like you really got a chance to dig into it. Next slide, please. So here's the meat of my presentation. Next slide, talking a little bit about what a housing production plan is. There's the procedural part of what an HPP is. Next slide, please. And that's essentially many municipalities will create a housing production plan because of Mass Chapter 40B, essentially giving you a little more flexibility if you're below that 10% threshold on your subsidized housing inventory. Acton, as of just a few weeks ago, is above that 10% threshold. I had it written down 10.58%. So what that really means is the housing production plan is great to have it certified in the future if your SHI goes down. But it's also a way to have a great community-led conversation about housing, to hear how folks, hear their opinions, hear how people maybe are struggling and come together with ideas for goals and strategies to tackle just what is one of the biggest crises that our region is facing today. And that's what I'm going to touch on for you all is there's housing needs, there's the development constraint chapters, there's local capacity, but really the goals and strategies are the thing that we want to really focus and highlight today. And if you'd like to dig in a little bit into some of the data pieces, happy to share some of the slides from an earlier forum. Our HSO is putting the finishing touches on the detailed report, but just let us know. So next slide, please. And basically wanted to give you a brief recap. We've done a fair amount of community engagement in this process so far, from a community forum way back in November, kicking off a survey, and then holding another forum just a few weeks ago, held that virtually. And that was essentially taking what we heard in the survey and at the first forum, putting it into goals and strategies, and running those by folks at the Zoom forum. What we'd like to do with this third one on March 12th, just in a few weeks from now, is to give the community another chance to come in, to talk through some ideas, to share some ones that we might not have thought of, and really ensure that we got things right. I'm really trying to be intentional with the community engagement in this plan. Next slide, please. And so I wanted to read through the draft goals for the HPP and get you guys thinking, take any questions after that, and hopefully that sort of sows the seeds for our forum that's going to be coming up in just a few weeks. Goal number one is a very just general, a great goal to have for a housing production plan, maintaining the state's goal under Chapter 40B that at least 10% of Acton's year-round housing units are countable on the SHI, the subsidized housing inventory, while additionally meeting other stated housing goals, sort of ensuring that you stay above that 10%. Next slide, please. Goal number two is a little bit broader, but can be folded into that while meeting some other housing goals, encouraging a diversity of housing types for households with a range of income levels, ages, and abilities. And I'll just note that all of this is sort of culled from the community engagement, from the housing needs assessment, from working with the advisory group, really trying to over and over again refine and hear from what folks on the steering committee are saying, and also what we're hearing from the community. Goal number three, prioritizing resources for wastewater infrastructure to ensure that new and existing housing developments have and maintain the necessary capacity for wastewater. Because even if you were to change zoning overnight and if interest rates were to fall down, there are other hidden costs to housing development. And so thinking strategically about wastewater infrastructure is a big goal that we've landed on. Goal number four, something I heard a few times already in the meeting tonight, continue to encourage the construction and renovation of sustainable, climate-friendly, and resilient housing. Acton's a leader in this. We want to continue to do so. Next slide, please. Just a few more goals to get through for you guys. If I could just get the next slide, please. I can pull these up over here from you. Oh, thank you so much. Goal number 5 is sort of leaning into smart growth ideas of strategically locating your mixed use and residential development in existing business centers, village districts, near transit to increase vibrancy and promote what we planners call smart growth, which is all about locating housing and other uses close to each other. So folks maybe don't have to always jump in the car. You can have some really climate-friendly transportation practices with that and some great quality of life livability opportunities. Goal number 6 is another just important one that all HPPs need to have to focus on your local capacity and collaboration. So increasing Acton's capacity to implement housing initiatives through enhanced local and regional coordination and community outreach. Next slide, please. Goal number 7, just got 3 more for you all. Continuing to preserve and support the long-term affordability of existing affordable units. A really important thing that maybe isn't as exciting to think about, but affordable units can expire. They can go off the subsidized housing inventory. You can lose that affordability that you had in the community. So being vigilant and thinking about any units that might need to have their preservation, their restrictions renewed, or might need rehabilitation or accessibility improvements, or really focusing on those existing units is so important in addition to any new production. Goal number 8, assist in stabilizing housing by providing services and resources for Acton's vulnerable residents, especially those living in inadequate housing conditions or at risk of homelessness. To me, this brings to mind one point from the housing needs portion that 1 in 5 of Acton's households are cost burdened. Cost burden means you're paying more than a third of your gross income towards housing costs, related expenses that could include property taxes or heat. So there's a lot of there's a good portion of folks that are struggling now, and really honing in on how we can support them in the community is going to be really key. And finally, next slide, please. We'll get to goal number 9 and take your questions. Combining new residential development with conservation through the creation of market rate and affordable homes that are densely clustered. You can preserve that open space, natural resources, and scenic vistas. It's really, I think, similar to the smart growth principles talked about earlier, but thinking about it from a land conservation perspective. And it really aligns with the Habitat for All work that the town's been working on. That's been pretty exciting to see. So I'll go to the next slide, please. And really, we just wanted to pause here and ask if anyone had any questions. That's really my presentation there. Wanted to plug the forum on March 12th at 6 p.m. in person, and I believe at Town Hall. But I would love to hear if you all had any questions, just suggestions, anything that would be good for us to focus on and think about before we do that forum.
Noah, can you please repeat the time and of the forum?
Yeah, absolutely.
Please,
I
thank
believe
you.
it's 6 p.m. on Wednesday, March 12th. And I believe it'll be right there at Town Hall.
Thank you.
Thanks. I had a question about Goal 7, which talks about preserving existing affordable housing. I wasn't sure if that included naturally affordable housing.
Of the forum and the discussion with the working group we'll be having next week, just any additional ways that we can help realize these goals. So I really appreciate that suggestion, and I think we'd love to see what we could add for that.
Thanks for the presentation, Noah. This is Alyssa Nickel from the Select Board. Can you answer a question about the numbering of the goals? Are these meant to be hierarchical?
Oh, no, yeah. Well, thank you so much. And no, they're not. They're just presented in that order, but not intended to be hierarchical or place any sort of value on any. And as we'll be presenting the strategies too in the final plan, they're not in that way either. They'll just be sort of organized into different buckets of planning initiatives, local programs and those capacity and collaboration strategies. But none are I guess, placed in order of their importance or needed to be done first. We will go into detail into suggestions for how to phase things with input from staff and the advisory group. But yeah, the goals are not right now organized in any sort of hierarchy.
Okay, thank you for that. I could be remembering this incorrectly, but I thought that the 2020 housing production plan had been hierarchical based on public input and from the surveys and from meetings that public provided feedback for. Even if that's not the case, I think that people read things like Acton's sound right. I'm not concerned that Acton is committed to affordable housing, but what does concern me is that we are investing significantly in great housing projects like McManus Manor and Tavernier Place. Meanwhile, a lot of our naturally and deed-restricted affordable housing that was built decades ago is falling into disrepair, and I think we really need to focus primarily on the people who are already here, and that might be people who are already here are going to be moving into new housing projects because they're going to be downsizing or somehow otherwise, moving within Acton. Maybe they're renters and they're finally going to be able to afford to purchase a home. So they might already be here, but I'm concerned about the degradation of current existing housing. We need to make sure that we are rehabbing, renovating, preserving not only the affordability, the long-term affordability, but also the structure, the building itself, putting in new windows in our housing authority units or replacing roofs, things like that. So I would ask the folks that are on this working group to consider shifting around to make some of those priorities listed first, second, third.
Great, yeah, thank you so much. We'd love to add that to just a point of discussion, and already gave me some ideas to suggest to staff for a forum on maybe having folks help us to organize it at the event. So thank you so much for the comment and the question.
I'm passing it to you guys. Do you guys have? Anyone else?
Who, me? Yeah. I'll wait.
Is this thing on? Hi, Pat Clifford from the Planning Board. Can you tell us a little bit how this report is going to help us get from these goals to some actual productive actions? Are you going to put strategies in here and numbers and achievable metrics?
Absolutely, and I think that's something didn't include in this presentation, but the strategies are everything that's going to go underneath the goals that are going to be the realistic, actionable, measurable, time-bound, the sort of SMART framework for strategies. Because we really do want all of the hard work and volunteer hours that folks have been putting into this to turn into something real and tangible. So the write-up of the strategies, once they're solidified, and that's something that'll happen after we do our next forum and feel good about them. It'll have real-world examples of where they've been tried before. It'll have a matrix at the end that sort of phases when they should be thought about. We'll talk to staff and make sure that they're realistic. We'll also talk about who will be responsible for each different strategy and who's supporting agencies or departments will be there to help out. Because we really do want it to be a living plan, a living document. And just going through your former housing production plan, I think there were a lot of really good strategies that we separated into a category of in progress, still yet to be implemented. And there were a good amount that had been implemented. So it was really encouraging to see that. I think we'd like to keep that spirit of it and in this upcoming update of the housing production plan to really make sure it's realistic and that it's going to lead to some more affordable housing and more housing that's affordable in Acton. So I really appreciate the intention, and I think that's something we'll really try to put into the plan. So thank you for your comment.
Yeah, it was a really good question. I'm just going to add quickly to that, Noah. So over the next week, Noah's team will be working on drafting up some strategies, and then we'll be reviewing that with the working group, and then bringing those strategies to the workshop on the 12th for the community to be able to take a look at them, make comments, and Noah was kind of alluding to, how we can try to incorporate maybe a ranking too, if people like the strategy, but they feel like this may be higher, so we can kind of take a look at that and see how we can incorporate that. But, so some draft strategies will be available at that workshop specifically for you to provide feedback on.
Hi, Ron Beck from the Planning Board. So I have 3 inputs to the process here, things that I think need to be considered. The first is, I happen to be an owner of a property in a small 40B development right now. So I think I think a lot of thought has to be given to strategies about the impact of the subsidized housing on the affordability for the other residents, both inside those communities as well as the town at large. I can tell you for a fact, having been on the board of that 40B, that they're structured in a way that it actually does preserve the affordability for the subsidized people. But what it does is it puts an increasing burden on the other residents to make it difficult for them to continue to live in those kinds of communities, because they're paying a higher and higher percent of the upkeep of those properties, whereas the amount that the subsidized people has to pay is relatively fixed. So I think that needs to be looked at if there's a notion of significantly increasing that it has an impact on the town at large. Okay, the second thing you do have, I don't remember the numbering, yet you have the wastewater infrastructure item. I would actually submit, it's not just wastewater, you need to look at the water infrastructure and ability as well. We're already facing water pressures in our town due to contaminants and other things, and the price of water is going up. Just a couple inputs you may or may not know. About 10% of the town today is in property that's relatively low density, which has no public water today. So that's a constraint on higher housing production. And I think the prior town-wide water study, which was done, I believe, in 2012 or 2013, but hasn't been redone. So it's basically the current governing water strategy study basically says that you can't increase the density much without solving wastewater problems for a significant part of the town. So, and it also, in that study, concluded that in reality, the optionality for solving the wastewater problems in about 75% of the town's area is very difficult in terms of the cost of adding any infrastructure and the lack of availability of they looked at siting of other wastewater treatment facilities, and they basically found no other available sites than the current site. So I think those need to be tied together in a practical strategy. If we want to increase housing density, how would you address the wastewater issue, which I do think it is, despite the fact that we've had lots of debates about it, we've never moved forward in terms of solving it. And I think that has to be a part of a practical solution. Yeah. The third thing I wanted to mention, I know it's not a specific, I think it's Objective 9. So there's a zoning proposal about higher density zoning where you preserve open space. And I think that needs, you talk about scenic overlooks and things like that. So I would say, I've mentioned this input when we reviewed the proposal, and I don't think it's been really addressed yet, but not all open space is the same. So what I would call, isolated open space parcels or orphaned open space is not really valuable as a connected open space is. So I think any strategy like that needs to look at the right open space and giving credit really where it's of value to the town and the people in general, as opposed to where it's just a convenience for the developers. Yeah, so that's my input.
No, thank you so much. Those are all really great comments, and was taking lots of notes, so I appreciate it. And I think a lot of these ideas are going to percolate to some strategies that we'll be sharing next week. So yeah, thank you. Appreciate it.
Do you have? No, okay.
Thank you.
All right. Noah, this is Alyssa again. I have one more question. Will the accomplished goals from the 2020 plan be incorporated into this plan, as well as the matrix and strategies that you were talking about?
That's a really good question. I have not worked on a housing plan where we've put the accomplished, strategies in there, but I like the idea of showing the progress, and we've already done the work of tracking it down. So I'll talk to staff about that on Wednesday and see if there's any opportunity to include that, because I like the idea of kind of showing where there's been some momentum and progress, and that, where the plan isn't just sitting on the shelf.
Thank you. I think that residents would appreciate that, as well as staff and boards and committees. You mentioned it's going to be a living document, so it is nice to look back and see what we've accomplished and where we might need to make some tweaks for the future. Just hold it. You have it.
We'll take the online caller.
Hi, this is Tara here from Mass Ave. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, good, thanks so much.
Tara, we can hear you, yep.
Oh, thank you. And so the prior housing production plan called for an assessment of the buy down of existing units, and that analysis was done, thank you very much, but it relied on the renters to pay to break even, and it was deemed economically infeasible because the renters, it couldn't be paid for solely by renters. And the time has passed where those break-evens will work without subsidization because the interest rates are so high and the market rates have gone up. So we've kind of missed the opportunity. So I'm wondering if we can examine what the cost would be to subsidize a buy-down program that would help people stay in place, reduce rents, and upgrade units to be more climate friendly. Because there are limits, there are limits on septic, there's limits on water, whatever it is, that it seems more responsible, or it seems responsible to look at the subsidization of such a program instead of just relying on kind of a market thing, because the market thing, when you just create more and more and more units, they're all affordable to people making 100 grand a year, doesn't satisfy the people who are housing insecure. And so you spend half the plan, at least last time, a good portion of the plan was talking about the need with housing insecure people. So there's 1, 2, 3 chapters, whatever it was, about housing insecure people, but then the solutions were all about people who weren't housing insecure. So I'm hoping that we can not use folks that are housing insecure to establish a need that then isn't addressed by the housing production plan. Thank you so much. And I suggest that a good way to do that is to propose to subsidize the buy down of existing units to make them more affordable, and and certainly to keep them affordable forever where they are already affordable. So I do hope, and I hope that we expand that to include like small houses too. So anyways, thanks so much for listening.
I just want to say thank you so much for the comment, and just all the ideas for strategies are really helpful. And yeah, I love the idea of iterating and improving on the last HPP. It's a great opportunity to try to make it even more impactful and be thoughtful about it. So yeah, just appreciate all the comments and insights today.
Thank you so much for the update. Now, oh, Alyssa.
Sorry, thank you, Fran. I have one more comment. Just sort of to scaffold on what the last caller said about folks who are housing insecure, but then, new housing production doesn't necessarily, unless it's heavily subsidized, like McManus Manor, doesn't meet their needs. In my earlier comment, I didn't mention that one of the goals that I think should be listed as a higher number, because people read hierarchically, is Goal 8, which is assisting in stabilizing housing and other services and resources, because again, that addresses folks who are already here and may be in jeopardy or at risk of being unhoused.
Thank you. Jim, David, no more callers? Great. Thank you so much for the update, and we look forward to the forum on the 12th. Thank you,
I
Noah.
really appreciate it.
Good night. We're going to take a few minutes to try to figure out this microphone thing. Oh, okay, sorry. Oh, if you want to leave, yeah. Is that the equivalent of turning it off and turning it on again?
Did you try turning it off and on again? Turn it off.
Hey. John, it looks like it's back up.
Hello, it works.
You guys pivoted nicely.
Yeah.
They don't all get their start at the town hall.
Get rid of the one.
That's great. Awesome.
Before something else. Yeah, we're fine.
That's right.
Should we turn it off?
And on to an update on the Habitat for All and tree clearing bylaw.
Great, thank you very much. I'm Kristen Guichard, the Planning Director for the Town of Acton. So I'm glad to have the planning board members here with us still. I know that you have heard quite a lot about this project. And very excited to be in front of the select board tonight. Kayla Sauer was in front of you, I believe, on about mid-December, providing you with some preliminary updates. Themselves are still feasible. So the proposed setbacks slightly increase the separation from any structures to the resource land, and were updated to align with existing zoning districts. For example, in the R2 districts, the zoning districts for setbacks from side and front property lines will remain the same. Next slide, please. In addition, the open space, now called resource land, needs to be cited and prioritized first, with the development cited next. So giving priority to those natural resources where they are not today. And requirements for a vegetative buffer have been refined with the design review board's excellent input. And scaled hypothetical site plans were tested to ensure feasibility of realistic building footprints with those proposed setbacks shown in the previous slide. And to make sure that they would allow for the number of dwelling units that the zoning would allow for. Next slide, please. We have confirmed the methodology for measuring the size of smaller homes. This was one of the questions that was raised a few times. The size calculations would not include basements. Homes under 3,000 square feet would be able to utilize the standard table of dimensional regulations for their unit yield in order to make the construction of smaller homes more feasible than they are today. Next slide, please. Our consultant, J.M. Goldson, you actually just met Noah, who's also been working on this project with us as well, had their economic feasibility analysis for inclusionary zoning peer-reviewed by a developer to ensure that the numbers were feasible. They suggested revisions that increased the unit per acre, which are shown here and were presented at the February 12th workshop. So some things that they adjusted were modifying the monthly condo unit fee, which was originally $100 a month, to $400 a month, and making sure that the annual tax rate was more relevant to today's. I think they were using a couple years prior. Those were just a few examples. We received questions from 2 individuals at the most recent workshop questioning the units per acre still. So we have sent the spreadsheets to our Regional Housing Services Director for an additional review. The community expressed a really strong desire in our feedback from workshops and previous planning goals to have inclusionary zoning. So we want to make sure that whatever is recommended is financially feasible to construct, rather than just proposing a bylaw that looks nice on the books, but does not actually have enough incentive to make it viable. So we want to make sure that we get that right. So we're going to do as many peer reviews as we feel necessary. Next slide, please. The final recommendation moves 3 sections of the existing zoning bylaw into the appendix. So the current PCRC bylaw would become obsolete as it's becoming the by right process for subdivision. Additionally, the open space development bylaw and the affordable housing overlay district have not been used more than twice since their adoption in the 90s. Because they're not economically feasible. So I think that affordable housing overlay district that we have in the books today is a good example of something that may have looked nice on the books but wasn't actually feasible, and we're seeing that play out over the years. But they would remain in the appendix and govern only the pre-existing PCRC developments and development that was approved under that law. Next slide, please. The Planning Board public hearing on the proposed zoning will be on March 18th. And if favorably recommended by the Planning Board, the zoning proposal will be at this upcoming town meeting on May 5th and 6th. Next slide. And if the community adopts the zoning at town meeting, there's another step involved. So the Planning Board would hold a public hearing on the subdivision rules and regulations in June to adopt the new regulations related to the development process. So that's the part where you identify the resources first, and the additional requirements for the vegetative buffers, more details on required street trees, and making it clear that waivers for street trees are not something that are going to be allowed. Next slide, please. And with that, I'll just entertain any questions and comments on where we're at today. if there are any.
Oh, I don't have to have a mic. Oh, this is so great. Sorry, I'm just getting used to this new world where I have a microphone right in front of me. So one of the things that was in the February 12th meeting was the information about
land to the structures. Does that apply to all structures? I was just wondering if, for example, if someone builds a shed to keep their lawnmower in there, does that apply to that? Or can that go kind of at the back of the, at the far end towards the resource land?
That's correct. So structure includes, we have a definition of what a structure is in the zoning bylaw, but it would include a shed.
Thank you. I don't have any questions, but I just wanted to remind everybody that if you missed the February 12th public workshop, it was recorded and it's on the Planning Division's page on the town website, so you can view that if you want to.
Thank you.
Great. Well, thank you.
Great.
So
Thank you very much. Jim.
since we have Olivia here, I wondered about the your analysis of the usability of the SVT maps that are going to propose to be used for defining the natural resources. When I looked, I didn't look at them super closely, but they looked very large scale, somewhat fuzzy. And if I was a developer, I'm not sure I would know, oh, look, there's a green blob on my lot. Have you sort of gone through the exercise of trying to apply these maps to a specific, like a lot or something, to see how they would work?
I personally haven't, but I know Kayla Sauer has, where in the case that you're describing, they're using raster data, which creates 30 layers into one huge layer. And so then you're taking concentrations, that's like your dark green versus your lighter green. And so the developer would try to concentrate the resource area in the darker green and putting the development in like the lighter green gray area. And so I know Kayla could definitely send you previous presentations where she goes through models, I think using Conant maybe as an example, and another development using SVT's model.
Great, that's great to hear.
Hi, another question. The undeveloped resource land, that's still privately held, right? And people pay taxes on that land?
So that
right?
land would still be privately held. It would be under a use restriction, specifically for the conservation purposes. It can be privately held. The owners could also offer it to the town or an entity whose prime purpose is the conservation of land. So there's kind of three options as the zoning bylaw sets forth today for PCRCs. That wouldn't change.
And there's no expectation of public access to that land?
That's correct. The town cannot require that, but it's always a lovely offer.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for the update and presentation.
Thank you. So I'm going to kind of segue into the next piece. And I wanted to mention that in the Habitat for All survey that we had released townwide about a year and a half ago, 88% of respondents supported preserving a percentage of land as open space in new residential developments. And many identified preservation of forested areas and habitats as a top priority. So given the proposed Habitat for All zoning would require resources to be sited on the land first, we believe it's important to also consider a tree clearing delay bylaw at this upcoming town meeting, kind of in tandem together. So Olivia Barksdale, our conservation agent, has been researching best practices and reviewing the Design Review Board's previous work on this that you may recall, I think it was about 2 years ago, on some tree protection methods. And so she's here tonight to present on that portion of the agenda.
Thank you. Thank you, Tom. Good evening, Select Board. My name is Olivia Barksdale, the Conservation Agent. I'm here to present our progress on addressing the 2022 Acton Town Meeting non-binding residence petition to bring forward a tree land clearing limit bylaw to town meeting. Next slide, please. This presentation will go over how the Conservation and Planning Division have been working together in incorporating natural resource protection into new initiatives to address the request of Acton's residents. We would like to share the following recommendations and methods for achieving the residents' request. In 2023, the Design Review Board drafted different types of bylaws through 3 approaches. 1, through a land clearing limits bylaw. 2, a site alteration special permit, also known as a tree clearing delay. And 3, a tree preservation bylaw, also known as a tree clearing within a yard setbacks or singular removals. Next slide, please. For context, the town has several existing bylaws that partially address tree clearing protection. The Groundwater Protection Zoning District, for example, Zone 1, which is 50%, and Zone 2, 40%. Depending on the zone, there are higher protection percentages for clearing land and protecting open space. Zoning districts have existing open space percentage requirements that vary across town. The Wetland Protection Act regulates tree cutting in the buffer zone and locally prohibits clearing within 50 feet of a wetland. The land disturbance permit applies to both stormwater management and development, where projects are regulated if they hit a certain threshold, such as disturbance or development of 5,000 square feet. And you have the earth removal bylaw, which stops the removal of soil, loam, and sand and gravel without a permit. Next slide, please. The first approach, land clearing limits, suggested by the Design Review Board, is accomplished through Habitat for All. Over this past year, the Conservation and Planning Division have been working together with the community on this Habitat for All initiative. The initiative would require all new residential subdivisions to have 60% of their property designated as natural resource land. Habitat for All is being brought forward for consideration at the town meeting this year in 2025. This initiative, combined with existing zoning bylaw requirements for minimum open space, will result in all zoning districts having a minimum open space requirement. We believe that Habitat for All, combined with existing zoning regulations for open space, addresses the land clearing limit method. Next slide, please. In combination with Habitat for All initiative, we recommend the Select Board consider a new general bylaw for this May 2025 town meeting. The new tree clearing bylaw will require a developer or landowner to be permitted prior to cutting their lot. The tree clearing bylaw supplements Habitat for All, where Habitat for All protects trees from new development. The new tree clearing bylaw will protect existing trees on private property. If the board is inclined to move forward with the tree clearing delay bylaw at town meeting, we would recommend the following components. If a resident would like to alter 1 or more acres of forest, they'll need an approved site plan, A&R, or subdivision permit. The tree clearing delay would have the exemptions, for example, agriculture, diseased, or blight trees that pose a hazard, and during emergency situations such as storms. The bylaw would include fines for people who cut before obtaining a permit and could be implemented by people such as the conservation agent. There has been a robust engagement on the Habitat for All initiative, where we feel that the land clearing delay has been vetted thoroughly and thoroughly enough to move forward at this town meeting. There are some refinements that need to be discussed further, such as the total land area, permit type, exemptions, and enforcement. Next slide, please. Here's an example of language that can be incorporated into the bylaw. We would work with town council on the details. For example, not more than 1 acre of land shall be deforested prior to the issuance of subdivision, site plan, or A&R approval, where deforested is defined as the removal of trees 6 dBH or greater. A fine or replacement in kind shall be made if any protected trees removed during the 24 months preceding the application for a permit. Next slide, please. If the board is supportive in pursuing the tree clearing bylaw in May 2025 town meeting, we would recommend the meeting with the following groups over the next 2 weeks to collect additional feedback and would continue to refine the details proposed by the new law. Then we would come back to you, the Select Board, in March 17th for final recommendations and consideration on the warrant. Next slide, please. The last approach, the tree preservation bylaw. We feel more public engagement is needed in order to address some outstanding questions and considerations. Analysis needs to be conducted in order to ensure that the bylaw is equitable across town, the town staff are able to staff the position, that the cost is not disproportionately burdensome to residents, and that mitigation and replacement efforts are fully evaluated. We would recommend this approach be evaluated further over the next 2 years and would like your feedback on this timeline. Thank you. That concludes my presentation, and I'm open to comments and feedback over the new general bylaw.
Thank you, Olivia. Any comments from board members? Dean?
Thank you. As far as the tree preservation efforts that you're suggesting, I'll focus my comments on the last option, the tree preservation bylaw, which finds substantial. Just doing the plan itself and getting the necessary approvals probably adds anywhere from $2,000 to $5,000 per unit. And that's without having to do any replacement tree planting if that's required. It also certainly impedes the rate of development. So I think you have to look at the impact of that cost and some of the other goals you have about trying to provide low-cost and affordable housing. Those two ideas are somewhat in tension with one another. It should not be lost on anybody that the towns that pass these sorts of tree preservation bylaws are the extremely wealthy towns with extremely high cost of housing. So it is somewhat in conflict with some of your other ideas. A couple of other observations. I've got something that I've experienced in my own yard, and I've certainly experienced it as a certified arborist, a situation where we've got two abutting properties. Neighbor A, who has lived there for quite some time, has cleared their entire yard right to the property line so they can use every square inch of it for a lawn, tennis courts, whatever. And then they get absolutely furious when the next door neighbor decides to develop the property and insist that the next door neighbor has to provide a buffer for the benefit of the person who's already cut down their own trees. So I think there's a great deal of hypocrisy that gets involved with these. And as you explore this, you'll probably run into more and more examples of that. Newton recently passed an extremely strict tree preservation bylaw. I had a conversation with Mark Welch, the tree warden in Newton recently, and they ended up with about 500 permit applications per year. And they provided no additional staff to do the reviews. He was provided with a part-time clerk to assist with some of the other duties that he could no longer handle. So I think it's a substantial cost, not only to the developer and to the property owner, but it's also going to be a substantial cost to the town to properly administer this. So I think that obviously there are other issues. I know conservation has dealt with it in the past as far as get into a situation where an individual property owner wants to take down a tree because it's a hazard, and then the town gets involved in saying, well, it's not really a hazard. Well, then who's the liability on? And you appropriately put that down as a question for liability. So I think it all focuses on how involved is the town going to be in basically living people's lives for them. So I hope that as you move forward to this, you engage not only the people that support you, but the people that are skeptical. And importantly, people that actually have a stake in this or some technical expertise, like certified arborists, as I noted, one of whom actually is an elected official right here, I'd be happy to provide you with more advice. From a practical point of view, I think I've probably done 75 to 100 of these tree preservation plans just in the town of Wellesley. And I think it's also important that you work with the builder community to see what impacts they have, because I think there'll be some very eye-opening impacts. Finally, because Acton is a wealthy town and pretty much everything that's built here is pretty expensive, I think there's a financial incentive on the part of the developer to properly landscape the yards. I don't think you could sell a house in this town in a completely denuded lot. So if there's a market imperative to properly landscape and preserve the trees, I wonder if there's really a need to develop a regulatory structure. Hope to carry on this conversation in the future. Thank you.
David.
Thank you. So I like the plan. I'll come back. I have one question about the first two things. But, you know, before Dean made his remarks, I was going to ask whether one of the possibilities for step 3 was not. So I think that has to be explicitly possible, right? That we may not want a tree preservation bylaw. So I assume that is a possibility.
If I may, yeah. Yeah, exactly. So I think this came to our department to take a look at. I believe there was a citizen's petition that was approved at town meeting. And so we were asked to take a look at basically all 3 of these. Asked to take a look at it, and I think we looked at the design review board's comments, and they kind of outlined 3 methodologies, which we thought was a really great starting point to kind of take a look at and move forward in that way. But I think you make a good point. This last one, you know, we have identified some concerns that we felt that we needed to be further evaluated and vetted, not only legally, but also with an equity lens and making sure that we're providing enough community input and time to evaluate that. But if the select board is not interested in us using our time to, you know, with discussions with John to do that, that's also a direction that we're hoping, I think, looking for tonight.
Maybe we should have a follow-up conversation about that in the summer or something and talk about that. The other 2 things I think are really good, and they accomplish, you know, I think the citizens petition was kind of general, and it offered several kind of alternatives. And as you point out in the presentation, Olivia, that they, you know, we have the tree clearing limits now as part of the Habitat for All, and I think that's excellent, right? The tree clearing delay is, I think, a really good combination with that, you know, and they go together really well. And so I'm in favor of both of those steps. I do wanted to ask about does those first 2 things, or especially the second, preclude forestry, or is forestry considered agriculture?
Both, where you can, during the process, I can create an extensive either exemptions list, and that could be stated that land subject to Chapter 61 is exempt, or adding it to like the severability section where this law does not impact previous laws. For example, it won't infringe on the Wetlands Protection Act or a chapter. So it would be stated in multiple sections, but yes.
Okay, so I would be, you know, I don't know whether forestry is a necessary thing. I have no claim there at all. If forestry is allowed in some way, I'd like to know how that can't be abused to get around the tree clearing delay. Whereas, you know, I could say last year I used that land for forestry, so I clear cut it and I sold all the wood, right? And this year I'm going to put up a housing development on that land. So I just want to make sure that one can't negate the other. And I actually have no idea what kind of agricultural permits are required for forestry. So That's just a concern I have, that if forestry is allowed, that it not be a way to circumvent the tree clearing delay. Thank you.
Jim?
I'm in terms of the immediate next steps, I'm an enthusiastic supporter of the tree clearing delay and would love to see action to bring that forward. I'm also a big fan of the tree preservation bylaw, but I agree with your assessment that, you know, it's going to take some time to think through what people really want in this area, because there are some interesting, you know, possibly unintended consequences. I'm wondering, for example, if we want to be looking at different regulations, if there's an affordability component in the development that, you know, maybe we don't, maybe there's different levels or kinds of enforcement. The only other thing that's sitting in the back of my head is we're all big fans of trees. I'm also a fan of meadows. Meadows are a rare resource in Acton, in Massachusetts in general. Unlike forests, they don't, you know, regenerate themselves. They require either, you know, something like a fire to get rid of woody growth, or more usually these days, you know, some action to keep the woody growth from coming in. So I don't think that concern should stop any of this great work, but I just want to make sure we're not losing sight of that there's a lot of species that rely on meadows. And meadows in turn, at least in this modern day and age, rely on humans to maintain them. And I don't want us to, you know, lose the meadows in favor of a whole bunch more forest. And even with my climate change hat on, I know there's a lot of carbon sequestration going on in meadows as well, depending on the mix of plants. But, you know, some of those deep-rooted grasses are, most of what's going on there is under the ground. It's safer, it lasts longer, as opposed to trees where, you know, maybe it's 50-50, depending on the species and the kind of forest. All that stuff above ground is at risk of, you know, being cut down. But it's really hard to remove those deep-rooted roots of a really healthy meadow. Thanks.
Alyssa, and then Ron. I don't.
Yeah, sure. So thanks. Just
sorry,
I wanted to follow. Oh, sorry.
Thanks, Michaela. No problem. We're going down the line. So thank you for the update. I am thinking back to the design review board's example that was presented of a site that was cleared, not clear cut, but cleared, and it was the lot behind the CVS on Mass Ave. But I'm seeing that we have an existing bylaw that prevents that from happening. Was that a different situation? Because I'm wondering if rather than just a land, sorry, hang on, rather than just a site clearing delay, can you just explain that to me? Because I'm confused about why that happened, and if this proposal that we're bringing to town meeting this year addresses that.
So that the CVS property, you're talking behind CVS in Kelly's Corner. So the proposed bylaw would have stopped that from happening. because they would have been coming forward at that time only with their CVS plan. At the time, they were envisioning a phase 2, but that got put on hold for reasons that the developer had. But if they didn't have a permit in hand to develop that, which they didn't at the time, they wouldn't have been able to clear that. Today, somebody could do the same thing. They could develop a site, clear trees, and say, oh, I'm gonna just clear it all now because I have a phase 2 coming, and then it never comes, it never shows up. And so that could happen again, but with the proposed bylaw, you would need to have an approved plan in place with that area to be cleared. But the current zoning bylaw didn't prohibit that from happening at the time. It wasn't in like a groundwater protection district that would have, prohibited it, or even at the time, Chapter X with the land disturbance permit that we have today wasn't involved, but that permit's just saying you can move forward. You don't necessarily need an approved site plan or a subdivision plan. You could get your land disturbance permit to clear, but then not move forward with a site plan or subdivision. That's how it is today. But this new bylaw would say, well, if you trigger Chapter X, you need to get your approvals there, and you need to also get your development plan so that we know you're going to act on it and you're not just gonna let it sit vacant with no trees.
Okay, so thank you for that. So I guess my confusion comes from the fact that this is titled a tree clearing delay, and then the bullets on the slide are, not more than 1 acre of land shall be deforested, and talks about replacement trees. So I think that, I'm sure it will be more clear when it comes to town meeting, but that's where my confusion came from. I thought it was just about taking down trees and not about clearing a site. Otherwise, like bulldozing, regrading, piling up all of the boulders. So if it does actually do that, then I'm assuming it's going to be in the language of the bylaw, yes?
I'm not completely sure
Now
I
I've
understand, but I think
confused you.
this part's more, I think it would be one and the same. So if you're going to be bulldozing a site, you're clearing trees, most likely. So this would only stop you.
Well, what if it was just a vacant lot and there were no trees there? Because I don't remember if there were trees at that site. But you're saying that it could happen, okay, but it could happen again today. Well, I guess then we wouldn't.
Yeah, I mean, if it were a vacant lot today and there are no trees and someone wanted to just stir up the land, there are certain triggers in Chapter X in the land disturbance permit, and whether or not it would trigger it would depend on the actual work that they're doing. But this law wouldn't necessarily have any effect on it because it's just about clear cutting, 1 acre of forest, which would be defined on the size trees. It's not just little saplings, but
And
does that make sense?
it's not how many trees are there. It could just be, 3 or 4 trees on 1 acre. Okay.
Well, it would be a forest, so it would have to be, you wouldn't just have like 3 trees on 1 acre.
So how, do we define forest, like how, the number of trees as well as the diameter?
So that's something that we have to get into more of the details on, in terms of defining, like how are we gonna define that clearly? But for typical evaluations, the 6-inch diameter at breast height, that's kind of the caliber of tree. And then in terms of forest, we're hoping to work with town council on something that we can kind of come up with that's more definitive.
Great.
But it would consist of that size tree everywhere.
And then for the recommended next steps, I didn't see a planning board public hearing. Is that something that has to happen before this is brought to town meeting, or not, because it's not a zoning bylaw?
That's correct. So it's just proposed as a general bylaw. And not a zoning bylaw, so it doesn't have to go to the planning board. Although I'm sure if they want to provide recommendations, they are here to.
So basically, folks should come to the March 17th meeting if they want to know what the final thing is. And then I just had a couple more comments on the land clearing limit slide, which is has Habitat for All, the details. There's a couple of bullets. It says 60% of all future residential subdivisions will be preserved as open space, but my understanding is that is only if they are the by right method, and that there could be someone who wants to have a special permit for, what is considered today a standard subdivision. So I think we need to be careful about promising the public that, all future residential subdivision will have this 60%, because that's not the case with, if they pursue a special permit. Is that accurate?
Yeah, that's a good point, Alyssa, because I think the way that the proposed changes for Habitat for All are worded does not necessarily say more than 60%, but it may be a special permit in which the board finds that the value of the natural resource land is so great and or maybe gifted to the town and it's adjacent to existing conservation land, but it's only 55% open space, and they may not otherwise be able to develop, and so there may be other circumstances, but that the value of that conservation land or the resource is so valuable that the town wants to entertain a special permit, they may do that. But I think it's envisioned that there's something greater of value for resource land, but I think that's a good point made, and we'll make sure to be clear about not being so definitive about that.
Okay. And then my last comment is just that I think that personally, it is, I hear the concerns that Dean and David mentioned and this presentation mentioned, and they're serious ones that we need to evaluate and be really, really careful and cautious. But I think it's worth pursuing to see if Acton can find something that is balanced and not as restrictive as, say, the one that Dean described in Newton, to look at what might be right for Acton. And in terms of not being able to sell properties that are on clear-cut lots, I would just point to recent developments, because those homes have been sold. Bumblebee Way was completely clear-cut. Hawks Crest was completely clear-cut, and those homes are occupied now. So people do buy homes that don't have any trees. And I've also heard through the Habitat for All working group that some homeowners don't want trees planted because they're worried that in 20, 30 years, they're going to become a hazard if they're close to their house or some other structure or asset on their property that might get damaged. So that's my vote for going to continue pursuing it. You have now a mic.
I actually have a microphone here. Thanks. So, yeah, I liked Dean's comment on the, the point of view of the arborist. I would like to make some input on the point of view of an ecologist. And I guess my main point would be, I think this March 17th or 18th session is going to be important, and hopefully we can have some substantive discussion there, and you prepare for that with some of these thoughts. I think that, to me, I'm thinking about this preserved open space. First of all, it starts making me a little bit troubled when you say, well, it might only be 55% if you decide it's a valuable resource. Well, how do you decide if it's valuable or not? There needs to be some quantitative or qualitative criteria for that. So then that needs to be part of the proposal. But I think the idea that I did say before, some natural resources are more important than others. I think my point here is just saying you can't cut trees of a certain diameter is a blunt instrument. So if you're preserving open space, I notice you have open space in quotes. Hopefully you'll remove the quotes, because open space has a particular meaning. But it's not just, I think the point about the meadows is an important one. So you can have a forest and you can have meadows and you can have in between, and they're all valuable. And open space, the way most citizens would think about it, is only really important if it also maintains the other species that like to live in that open space. So for example, if you have trees, but the rule says you can cut all the underbrush, then it's no longer open space. It's it's an open forest that you walk in. So I think you need to think that through in defining some suggested language for this, so that if it's preserved as open space, it's open space. Personally, I don't think it's valuable if the public has no access, and I don't think it should get as much credit than if they give public access. But at least it should be required that it be maintained properly as open space if you've given them the credit to develop something against that open space.
Thank you. I may have missed this because a lot of this information is we haven't heard of the planning board. How does this apply to people who already own property and maybe want to put an accessory dwelling unit in or an addition on their home, the tree protection part of it? How does that all fit together?
So for the proposal that we are recommending for town meeting in this May, this is just about a tree delay bylaw, tree cutting delay bylaw. So it's not saying that you can't do it. It's just saying you need to have your permit in hand first so that you don't clear cut and then get denied your permit. And so it's really not saying you can't do it. It's just saying wait until you have your subdivision permit in hand or your site plan in hand, and then you can move forward. So it wouldn't affect an addition on someone's home or an accessory apartment in any way. And this is only targeting also the 1 acre or more, which would be pretty significant for an addition.
1 acre or more of property or
Of forested land.
Forested land. Yeah. I mean, there are still places that probably meet that criteria.
Yes.
And what about the tree protection that you're not going to do this year, but you want to do at some point? How is that going to affect current property owners?
That's what we really need to evaluate more. So if the board is inclined for us to work with John and have us to direct us to do that work, there's a lot of things that we would want to take a look at. I think some of the biggest concerns that we have is about equity. So having a tree preservation bylaw in effect in an R2 district where you only have 20,000 square feet of land area affects a property owner much more significantly than a property owner in a district where we require 100,000 square feet of land for one home. So if someone needs to upgrade their septic system and they live in an R2 district, they only have, a little less than a half an acre. They may need to cut a tree or two to put in a new leaching field. And that cost is going to be much higher for them, whereas someone that's out further in the R10 district has a lot of room and a lot of maneuverability. And I think there's, some financial differences between some of the homes that are in our R2 district and R10 district where we can probably extrapolate income in that way as well. So I think there's a lot of things that we need to consider.
Michaela.
I just wanted to ask or comment on, Dean brought up a great point about making that a bylaw of this nature can add costs to development. And his concern, it seemed, was with affordability and using the question of what happens to affordability when that occurs. And I wanted to suggest that if using our new bylaw or a potential bylaw, that someone was going for affordability component, that cost would be absorbed somehow or excused somehow for the affordability section of the development. So you have 10 houses and 3 of them have to be affordable. How can that cost be erased? But there might be a way to do that. I wonder if we can look at that. Thank you.
Go ahead to the online caller.
Hi, it's Tara here again. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. I hope that the workshop or whatever it is separates the two. It's too hard to make comments when people are talking about the proposed one, the future one, and all that. I support both the delay and the tree clearing limits. I hope Dean is not talking about being against the delay. The land disturbance permit in the bylaw, I don't think has limited anybody. I think you pay $150 and you clear whatever you want. I support an exemption for affordability for people making 50 grand a year. Those are the folks that are cited in the first couple chapters as being the need in the housing production plan. Increasing the cost of market rate development is not a concern for me. Developers never pass the savings on to the customer. It's all stuff nobody can afford, or excuse me, people who need housing aren't going to afford. For the housing Habitat for All, is there a limit on the number of acres? Do they have to have a certain number of acres? I saw 5 acres, I saw 1 acre. Is there, before I continue the rest of my comment, is there a minimum amount of acreage to be able to do the Habitat for All, the proposed Habitat for All?
Kristen, thank you.
Sure. So Tara, there is no limit, just as there's no limit for subdivision today. So the subdivision control law is just on the books explaining how development needs to be done in Acton for residential development, which is the focus here. And the zoning bylaw dictates the requirement for the open space. That's what's being proposed. So there's no minimum requirement. It would apply to all new residential subdivision.
Okay, so basically every piece, so whereas the current PCRC is like 5 or 8 acres minimum, this one would be for basically any acre.
Correct. Yes, that's correct. And today's PCRC bylaw is only allowed by special permit if you have 8 acres. So it's not an option for any other land that's, of lesser size.
I want people to understand that every acre could have basically double the amount of houses if they can get the open space. So my comment is around the tear downs. So if somebody can now double the density, I think there's an increased economic incentive to tear down smaller houses like on Iris Court or, places that have small housing that's like $400,000, $500,000 housing. You take a couple of those lots and now you've got yourself 2, 3 mansions. The second thing is that when you increase the density by right, it increases the land value. And I worry about the priority open space parcels that we're talking about buying for conservation land. And that if, for example, large pieces of land that are on the priority list now double in price, I'd like to see an impact study on what the proposed zoning change would do to the existing forested land and how much more expensive it will be to buy it. Why don't we buy it first or get a P&S going before we go change the zoning? And then the last thing is the impact studies in general, that if you double or triple the density allowed by right on every acre in town, I've seen people ask for this, but I haven't seen any motion that people are actually doing impact studies. I mean, I will prepare my own, which maybe I'll be presenting at town meeting, so that people can understand at least a perspective. But I would like the town to present impact studies so that, yeah, it sounds really great, the rhetoric around, smaller houses, stuff like that, but I doubt they're going to build any smaller houses. They're probably going to build the double density, that 1, 2, 3. And furthermore, in terms of carbon footprint, I'm very surprised that the advisory board hasn't asked about the carbon footprint increase when you're doubling the density, because it might be a $5,000 unit, 5,000 square foot house instead of 6,000. Now they can build 2, so now there's 10,000 square feet instead of 6,000 square feet. So I'd like very much for people to engage in sort of like holistic planning and understand these impacts before we make change, so that we don't have these unintended consequences. And I hope that Dean's comments about, the tree clearing bylaws and all that stuff was not about the delay, but about a future effort. But either way, I think impact studies are important so that we're responsible with our resources. Thank you so much.
And Madam Chair, do you
Thank
mind
you.
if I just provide a bit of clarification?
Sure.
So I just wanted to make sure that it's clear that the density allowance is only an option with the inclusionary zoning. So the option is only allowed with inclusionary zoning and with smaller units. So there's no option for a density increase more than what there is today under standard subdivision. Really the method that we're changing is changing how the lot is being laid out. So right now, PCRC bylaw is the special permit. The conventional subdivision where the entire land is cleared is what's by right. So that's being modified and proposed as a change in terms of process of how we lay out the lots. The additional density bonus comes into play when you're looking at inclusionary zoning options. And based on the feedback we received from the community, it appears that the desire is really only for smaller units, so that's why inclusionary zoning density bonuses are only being proposed for units that are smaller than 3,000 square feet, and then a different threshold for units that are smaller than 1,500 square feet. So I just wanted to make sure that was clear.
Thank you. Alyssa.
So thank you for that clarification, Kristen. So does that mean that it would not impact an appraisal because the density bonus is only allowed for development that will have inclusionary zoning? So if the Open Space Committee, Acton Conservation Trust identifies a large property that's on the high priority for preservation, and the town has to go out and get an appraisal to decide, what is the value of this land based on, the district the residential district that it's in, how many houses can be put on. They're going to use that, what we now have as standard subdivision, rather than any kind of density bonus to determine the value of the property. Because I think what the caller was saying was that the value of the parcel will go up, making it more expensive for the town to purchase and preserve.
So is the question of whether or not the inclusionary zoning option would inflate?
Be used in the calculation
Yeah.
that an appraiser would employ to determine the appraised value of a property.
So I'm not an appraiser, so I don't want to really speak too much on that, but I mean, from my experience working with appraisers on other projects, they're looking at the by right, highest and best value, or highest and best use of the land, the by right method or by right process. So they would take a look at both in comparison. The analysis that we had J.M. Goldston's team do for the inclusionary zoning is to figure out what is that threshold, what would actually incentivize a developer to use this over the standard methodology, and make sure that it's feasible and that it's not too small of a margin where they would just push it aside. Because remember, when you're doing deed restricted units, there's a lot of other steps. You need to hire an attorney to do all of your subsidized housing inventory and filings with the state to make sure that you're in compliance to get on that SHI. There's other regulatory agreements you have to have reviewed. So there's a lot more involved. So it's not just cost, but it's more cumbersome. So that would all probably be taken into consideration.
David.
Yes, two things. In the special permit for a subdivision, would we be, or can it be made such that we can evaluate things like tree buffers and the total amount of land cleared for the subdivision, et cetera, as part of evaluating the special permit? So it might be a difference to me, even if it's not constructed like a PCRC, but maybe it's a subdivision, but there's a significant tree buffer between houses, or maybe some other thing. And I would like to see something in the criteria for the special permit be that we are allowed to evaluate your expertise here is better than mine, tree buffers or something, so that it's just an allowable criteria. The second thing, and I guess I differ a little bit with Ron on this. I think open space that is, or undeveloped space, which is not public access, has very significant value, mostly ecological, right? It buffers stormwater, which is a tremendous value in our town. These things turn out to be wildlife corridors. I mean, I know of, there's a lot of housing developments in Acton where the backyards or side yards are wooded areas that connect to other wooded areas. And those become wildlife corridors, and you can watch the wildlife in them. So I think that's a huge buffer, and maybe even if we put a trail system through it, it's of less value there. So I think, that kind of land, if privately owned, is good. And finally, the good thing about privately owned for me on the select board is it's tax-paying land, right? If they want to give it to the town, that's nice, but then nobody pays taxes on it, right? And so, as everybody knows, we have budget issues every year, and so if the town owns all the land in town, there's not too many people left to pay taxes. So, the privately held land, I think, privately held undeveloped land is of significant value in my mind.
Thank you.
Well, thank you for the great feedback, everyone. In terms of the special permit options, so I think, and to clarify, I think for you too, Ron, the 55% comment was in relation to if somebody were seeking a special permit and they didn't want to do the by right requirement of 60%. But there was some other value there that may be greater. And I think you were asking, can that be something like a really great buffer between homes, something like that? We can take a look and see how we can kind of incorporate that in. I think our thought process was trying to leave it defined enough where there's clarity for the board in making their decision, but open enough where there can be discretion, because again, it is a special permit, and that's kind of the point of the special permit, so that you get a little bit of leeway. You can evaluate, does it fit in the context of the comprehensive community plan? I mean, that is very discretionary in some ways, because you really can pull different aspects of the plan and try to see how it can achieve those goals. So we'll take a look at that.
So if I could just be clear, I just want to make sure that when we evaluate a special permit, if we choose to deny it because it's clear cut, that is not then questioned legally, right? That the zoning bylaw explicitly states in everything that you and town council and everybody thinks is a way, that it is a reasonable thing. So if the plan is to come in and produce one of these subdivisions where they start by removing everything and they build houses and then they plant a few trees, that if that we think is not proper for this area of town, or maybe proper for any area of town, we could say, no, that's not really, we don't really think that's the right thing to use the special permit for. You need more tree buffers or more, for all the ecological reasons that tree buffers are good. Thank you.
I'd like to move to adjourn the planning board meeting. Come on, guys.
Second.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Thank you. And thanks to the select board for having us
Thanks
tonight.
so
But
much.
it's time, and on behalf of the planning board, thank you very much. But at 9:32, I'm going to ask James to do the final roll call for the planning board to adjourn.
Thank you very much. On the motion to adjourn, voting, Sam?
He said aye.
Okay, sorry, I can't see him or hear him, I guess. Michaela?
Aye.
Thank you, Ron?
I don't have a vote.
No, but you get.
Here, present.
I can't vote. Oh, that's true.
Oh, yeah, sorry, Pat
Aye.
and John.
Aye.
James vote aye. Thank you very much.
Thank you, James. And again, thanks, Select
Thank
Board.
you to the planning board.
I will say that we usually stay till after 11 here.
And thank you, Kristen and Olivia. Thank you. Oh, Kristen, are you with us on this next? Approve the site plan, yeah, special permit. June 24th, 2024, 492, 358A and 358B Great Road decision.
Good evening. So we have a draft decision for the board's consideration. I believe we have one comment that we had incorporated. And if there are any others or any other thoughts or comments, we could talk about them now or bring it up on the screen. I'm not sure what you prefer to do, but.
Oh, sure. Do we need to bring it up on the screen or?
I can just share that I sent a comment in requesting a slight change in the wording of the sentence about the gravel area. It made it sound like it was going to have an added vegetative strip, but it's actually going to be removed. So I asked if it would be appropriate to change that to replaced by a vegetated strip, and Kayla made that change.
Okay. Sounds good. David?
Are you sure the wording you changed it to is correct? Because I thought that they added a small area of vegetated strip for the runoff.
So
I just want to make sure that what you changed it to is
the
correct.
gravel area is going to be removed and loamed and seeded, and that is the vegetated strip that's being added. So I thought replaced was a better word. I defer to
No,
the
thank
planning
you.
director.
I understand what you're saying now. Thank you.
That was my understanding too.
I think Alyssa's description works well.
Do we, yeah. I don't think there's a motion in here.
I could make a motion.
Should I read the condition? We're all set.
I think we can just refer to the
Great, yeah.
decision that's in the packet.
Yeah, great.
Do you want me to make that motion? I move to approve the site plan special permit number 06/24/2024-492 at 358A and 358B Great Road, using the decision that's in the packet.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any nays? No, unanimous. Thank you. Sorry.
Thank you. For this next item, I know members of the Food Pantry organization are here. They're prepared to provide a brief update on what's happening with the project, or just go right to the request for a waiver. I just wanted to give you that option as the chair.
I would leave it to them. We could just go right to the ask if they'd like. David?
Or it would be nice to hear an update as long as it's brief.
A brief update, and thank you. How are you?
Thank you so much. I know it's getting late. This is Lisa Gordon, the Executive Director of the Food Pantry. Thank you to the Select Board for taking up this item about the permits. I have our lead architect with me, Michelle Willette, and she will do a very quick update. And if you have any questions, great, but you can see where we are as of now. Thank you.
Super. Hi, everyone. As Lisa said, my name is Michelle Willette. I'm a registered architect. I do not live in Acton, but I did go to Acton. I did go to AVRHS for high school. So it's a pleasure to be kind of back in my hometown in some ways. And I'm going to attempt to do a screen share from an iPad. So hopefully this works just fine. Just give me a second.
Those are some serious beams wherever you are. Sorry.
They are serious. That is very true. I am in downtown Lowell in one of the mill buildings. So very, very blessed with my architectural surroundings, as it were. Just give me a second here. Screen. Start. Okay. Try to not make anyone dizzy with swiping around on this thing. Should be able to see a presentation. Is that coming up for folks? Some renderings on the screen.
Yes, we can see it.
Perfect. Thank you for the confirmation. So what's on the screen right now are some conceptual renderings that were produced last August, sort of before we really got into the meat of the design phase. Kind of imagining what 19 to 21 Maple Street could feel like with a mostly interior renovation to get the food pantry in there and functioning. And so what you're seeing is a little bit of an idea of, working with the building's existing openings. This really is in a first phase very focused on an interior renovation. We are working with the town on potential future development on that site, just making sure we're coordinated in this first phase with the hopes and dreams of what the town of Acton would like to do with the site as well, knowing that it butts the train station. I'm going to focus today on kind of Acton Food Pantry's wishes for what they want to do on the interior of the building. On the right-hand side, what you're seeing is what we would imagine a market space could feel like for folks to really have some dignity as they're sort of doing their pickup and walking through and having it really feel like a shopping and browsing experience. And also allowing, Lisa could speak to this in more detail, obviously, but allowing kind of a greater flow of food and the ability to stock things on shelves kind of as they come in. And so getting a little bit more of that throughput happening and getting the food into homes. And then panning down, what you're seeing here again, we're not changing where existing, for the most part, we're not changing where existing windows and doors are on the building currently. We're really on the interior of the space. It has a lot of different floor levels, which we're working with for the most part. What you're seeing here is that market space is in the yellow on the right-hand side, where there'd be shelving, produce, entry, which I've starred kind of boldly there, that's accessible from some parking both on Maple Street, as well as using some of the parking that's already there for the train station that's on a sort of time basis. We're also looking at having a flow through that space with an entry on one side and exit on the other, making sure we have equal access, accessible access to both of those entries and exits. The green portion in the middle, where there is currently a garage door and some vehicular access, would continue to do a bit of that, serving some local deliveries and food drives, allowing kind of flexible open floor space for the food pantry with some ramps as well as a lift up to the second floor. The blue area is more back of house, just kind of connective tissue between some of the other loading areas. Purple is showing some Acton Food Pantry staff offices. And we'll be putting in an accessible restroom by the market. We're going to keep the 2 single-use restrooms in the building, upgrading the mechanical systems in the space. And then on the left-hand side of this floor plan, there's an existing garage door that would continue to be a garage door, albeit a smaller one, with a large walk-in on that side of the floor plan. And that would serve the acronym you see there, GBFB, is the Greater Boston Food Bank. So the deliveries that happen think about once a week, would come on that side through that space. And that frequency might change as the food pantry grows and expands and extends their hours. But that side of the building would be much more sort of service focused to complement what's happening on the right side of this floor plan. Existing staircases remain the same. They currently and will continue to take you up to a second floor. That is, the blue you see here is unfinished storage space. It will continue to be unfinished storage space. If anyone's been in this building, it's a vaulted area in that kind of middle zone where the yellow is and the purple and a little bit of that blue. That would remain that, and we would propose that we're going to use that volunteer staff lounge small meeting label that's in the yellow would sort of support what's happening on the first floor with some necessary kind of overflow up on the second floor, and the opportunity to introduce a meeting space accessible from a lift for a variety of different potential uses, and another office up there, just a little bit of a more private, able to make phone calls and smaller meetings. And then painting forward just some more conceptual images of what this could feel like. The one on the right probably helps locate a little bit. You're seeing the train station kind of in the background there. So the tracks are sort of behind this building, as well as the one-story existing garage building that the Acton Food Pantry will use for unheated, unconditioned storage space. It's sort of what it is now. It's a continuation of that use case. And on the left-hand side, another little bit of an imagining of what it could feel like with some of the existing garage doors being open, just feeling a little bit more friendly to the streetscape, and panning down some more images of what potential interior market space could feel like as well. Clearly, we're in the height of summer with this, with lots of produce. Any questions?
Thank you. That looks beautiful. I'm so excited, and the utilization of the space is awesome, and it seems perfect for the use. Thank you. David?
Do you have an approximate cost?
Out there, and a lot of them are dependent on the cost estimate. I'm happy to circulate that once we get that as well.
Thank you, Lisa. Any other questions? Alyssa?
Thank you for the update. I agree with Fran. This is a beautiful concept, and I can't wait to see it come to completion. I just wanted to mention for people who are watching, the colors didn't show up on the screen. So if anybody's interested in going back and really understanding what the different spaces are, in the meeting packet, the plans are there to have a look at. And I do have a question. I wanted staff to share an approximate total range that we are looking at for this building permit waiver. Is it about, I don't know, between like 12 and 13,000?
Based on the estimate that Lisa just described, it would be in that range, yes.
Madam Chair, do you want discussion now on the fees, or?
Sure.
So, I'm a bit uncomfortable, as I was in the last time we were asked to waive fees, of waiving the fees entirely for a couple of reasons. One is it costs the town money to do these inspections, right? And I feel like the town should not lose money on these. You know, which means either that the taxpayers have to make up that amount, right? You know, the permitting budgets are supposed to be near self-sustaining, right? The fees pay for the inspectors, but if we keep giving away the fees, that's tough, right? We can't do that. So I'm uncomfortable in getting rid of it all. I would be personally amenable to capping it somewhere at a lesser amount, but I would be uncomfortable in waiving the fees. So anyway, I also feel that in this case, the town is already doing a lot. I love the food pantry, right? But I feel like the town is doing a lot for the food pantry, right? And with the property, right? They're essentially getting the property from the town for free. So in this thing, it just makes me uncomfortable.
Dean?
So I agree in large part with the issues that David's raised, and I don't want to speak against the food pantry, but we seem to be in this pattern that whether it's the food pantry or Habitat for Humanity or the Acton Housing Authority, we end up giving a piece of land or a property, and then either through a CPC request or fee waivers or something like that, we're asked to give more on top of that. And I think it's, I hate to be the one that says, it should stop with this particular project, but I think it just keeps happening. Every time you turn around, we sold the property for McManus Manor at below market rate, and then we used CPC money from the taxpayers to pay for the piece of land that we basically gave away. And then we gave money for the development, both the CPC and with ARPA funds, and then they came in and asked for fee waivers, and we granted all that. Habitat for Humanity up on Carlisle Road, we gave them a piece of land, and then they wanted fee waivers, and they got CPC funding. Food pantry, the same sort of thing. It basically, taxpayers bought this property, and we basically gave it away for a noble purpose, but that doesn't pay the bills. I see further down the agenda, we're going to be talking again about sale or lease of 3 School Street, and I think we need to be a little more respectful of the taxpayers' money. So I agree with David that I'd like to give them some more support. We've given the food pantry a huge amount of support already. I'd be willing to give them a little bit more, but I think at some point we do have to speak up for the taxpayers. Also later on the agenda, we're going to be talking about the very challenging budget year we're going into. And the town manager is looking through all the couch cushions to try to find money to keep this operation going. And then people with the best of intentions and the best projects possible, they want more from the taxpayers, and the taxpayers have indicated most recently in a very tightly contested override that charity is about to end. Thank you.
Alyssa, and then I'll just...
Thank you. So I'm going to push back and suggest that we support this request. And I absolutely do not agree that we have given this property to the food pantry for basically free, because they are investing $900,000, and over the course of a 10-year lease, that's $90,000 a year, which is almost how much we pay for the senior center rent. So are you shaking your head? Am I calculating incorrectly? Sorry. That's how I see it. I may be, missing something, but yes, it's $1 a year, $1 a month lease, which sounds like nothing, but the investment that's going into it, even if they move on to a bigger place, we're gonna have this beautifully renovated property that can be available for another use. I was thinking that, when we hold a special town meeting that folks are not in support of, it's a waste of time, it's a waste of money. Staff are having to, prepare for that town meeting and staff that town meeting instead of working on their other tasks. We poo-poo the $8,000, $10,000 that we had to spend on that town meeting because staff don't get to do what they're doing. They're doing something else instead. And I also thought that, I thought that this was similar, but also that the food pantry has really strong fundraising arm, and they can bring in a lot of money. They got an earmark from Senator Eldridge. However, I reached out to the town manager, and he replied that we are in a pretty stable position with the revolving fund, that we're not going to see a significant impact on operations, like the building department not being able to fund their operations. And there are also going to be future fees, like, food permitting and health, and maybe even the historic district commission fees if they're making any changes to. She said that the plans are mostly using the same windows and doors, but they may have to go before the HDC. So it's not free. They're investing a significant amount of money in this, and the town is going to still own it at the end of that lease. So I would suggest that we go ahead and waive the total amount, because it's $13,000.
I just wanted to add to, it's just going to be such a community asset. And I'm pretty much, I echo what Alyssa has said. Are you hitting any walls with funding from elsewhere with grants? Are you having problems with any of your funding? Lisa?
It's a moving target, so we've not gotten some grants, we have gotten some other grants. Some of it is we need to wait for the cost estimate in order to go for the really big grants that we're going for. We have been approved for a loan if we end up needing to go down that route. We're really hoping we don't. I would add that we, do need to put in a new HVAC system, which we were not originally planning on. The one that's in there is over 20 years old. So we're paying, for engineers to come in, all the things that you need to do. It was suggested to me that I ask for this waiver, and I completely understand where the two select board members are coming from, and I do appreciate your consideration. Anything, obviously, more that we pay comes, we're a very, very lean organization. So I didn't know about all those previous waivers, but I appreciate you taking this into consideration, so thank you.
Thank you. Jim?
It's a relatively small amount of money, but I'd be fine with the notion of setting a maximum. That's one of the suggestions that David made. It allows for, planning to be more, the financial planning to be more accurate, to know that, we're not going to need to spend more than $4,000 on permits or whatever the number is that we agree on. So I think that's something we can easily offer that would bring some, additional certainty to the process of bringing this fine project together.
I think 2 corrections. This building is not in the historic district, and so there is no historic district things.
Sorry, it's on a cultural resource list.
Okay, yes.
I don't think the
But I don't
changes will
think
be
that controls
significant
windows, right?
enough to
Anyway,
trigger that.
Yeah. For McManus, we capped it. We didn't waive them. We capped it. And I'll just say, I was going to suggest $5,000 cap. Jim just suggested a $4,000 cap, or we could suggest a no cap, or a complete waive. So we have small, medium, or large.
Alyssa?
So what I heard Jim say was that the food pantry could count on not paying more than $4,000, which would mean that we would waive up to $8,000. So if you're talking about the cap, we're no more than this amount waived, right? So it wouldn't be $4,000.
No more than that amount paid.
paid.
So this is
Okay.
what we did with McManus, so that we said, with McManus, it was in the tens of thousands of dollars, because it's a much bigger building. But, what I was suggesting, and I think Jim was suggesting, is that we would say they would pay no more than $4,000 or $5,000 in fees.
I think that with McManus Manor, we said we would waive up to a number, a dollar amount.
I thought it was the other way.
Okay. I'm just the clerk, taking.
Okay, were there, yeah, it could have been that when we voted, we had a misunderstanding and didn't realize it. I don't know.
It is a small amount of money. It's not McManus fees, and I know the precedent, but, we're just gonna take the online caller. Two. First one.
Hi, sorry, I was for the other one. I forgot to put my hand down, but I'm in favor of, I mean, it's such a tiny number after we've given them so much. I'm in favor of paying for the whole thing. Thank you.
Second caller.
Yeah, hi. I'm speaking for myself, even though I happen to be on the Finance Committee, but I think the approach that both Dean and David have advocated is the right way to go going forward. We are going to have a lot of difficult conversations in the near future over how we are going to get through this budget year. So I understand. I love what the food pantry is doing. I'm delighted that you made the decision at town meeting last year to make this town property available for this use. This is the right thing to do, but we do need to cover our costs. So I just want to speak as an individual and encourage that approach.
A little more discussion.
Or somebody could make a motion? Me? I move that we cap the building permit fees for the food pantry at $4,000.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Yes.
Aye. Nays? Unanimous. Thank you, Lisa. Good luck.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
How are you? Oh.
Hi, Renee Soak, 26 Taylor. I'm also on the board of the Acton Food Pantry. I just wanted to thank you guys for your support and how much it means to us, and we just can look forward to continue working with you guys. I live really local. Gym's in my backyard all the time, so we're just really grateful for your support.
Thanks. Have a good night. Next up is approved townwide complete street prioritization plan update.
All right, so Corey York will be joined by Nicole Rogers from the consultant who's helped out with the prioritization plan. And Corey, if you and Nicole want to take it away.
Hi, how you doing? Just give a brief intro. I know it's getting late, so we'll try to keep it moving. As you know, we've been working on this complete street prioritization for the town, doing a townwide analysis. And as far as what we're trying to do tonight is getting board support now would allow us to submit this to MassDOT for approval through the Complete Street funding program, with the hope that we'd be able to get this approved and it would make us eligible to apply for grants on May 1st. So we've had a few meetings, and I'll hand it over to Nicole just to go through kind of a brief overview of the where we are and open it up for questions. So I'll let Nicole take it from here. Thank you.
Excellent. And just to verify, everyone can see my screen?
Yep.
Yep.
Yes.
Awesome. Thank you. Yeah, so like Corey said, we're looking to get the townwide complete streets prioritization plan approved tonight. We've been doing a lot of work behind the scenes. My name is Nicole Rogers. I'm here on behalf of GPI, and we've been working with Corey and Chin as well as the Transportation Advisory Committee to advance this project. I'm sure many of you know, but just to set the stage, a complete street is a roadway that provides safe and accessible options for all ages and abilities and for all travel modes. So whether that be walking, biking, driving, or taking public transit. Overall, Complete Streets is a fairly modern movement in the US. Back in 2016, Mass DOT formally launched their Complete Streets funding program, which is essentially the driving mechanism for this project. And it works in 3 tiers. So tier 1 is your training and policy. Tier 2 is the prioritization plan itself. So this is the process of developing the plan, which is essentially, a priority list of Complete Streets projects, and then submitting for approval from Mass DOT. You are probably aware, but initial plan was approved by Mass DOT back in 2016. And then moving on to tier 3, this is the project construction funding. So once the prioritization plan has been approved by Mass DOT, the town can then go ahead and submit a tier 3 application requesting up to $500,000 in construction funding. So the town was previously awarded that funding back in 2016, and towns are now eligible for this funding every 4 fiscal years, making Acton eligible once again. Just to clarify, this is a competitive grant, and the funding program does require the town to follow, their guidelines, which drives a lot of the process and the prioritization metrics that have been used in the plan. Now you'll see kind of at the bottom here that this program is a continuous process. So since many of the projects included in that initial prioritization plan have been implemented or ongoing, the town has therefore elected to update the plan, identify some new improvement efforts, which brings us back up to that tier 2, kind of phase here where we're developing the updated 5-year plan. So essentially, just to give some background, the plan is really just a snapshot of Acton's near term. So we're looking at, 5 years. Complete Streets needs and has to identify at least 15 projects. You'll see we have far more than that. Projects are typically identified from existing plans as well as through a needs assessment. Projects on state highways are not eligible for tier 3 program funds, but can be included within the plan as priorities. And then lastly, the plan will feature public engagement, which I'll touch on, and use specific evaluation criteria to prioritize all these projects. I also just want to quickly, touch on what the plan is not. This is a different exercise than the town's ongoing sidewalk priority list. So just to note, the plan is conducted in accordance with Mass DOT guidelines and takes into account all modes of travel. So pedestrians, bicyclists, motorists, transit users. Therefore, the plan extends beyond sidewalks and has different prioritization metrics, not one to, complement those Mass DOT guidelines for funding, but also be able to score among a variety of different projects. The plan is also not a rigid master plan. Project descriptions may evolve as design progress, as a lot of these are, in the initial planning or conceptual design phases. And also important to note that the prioritization rankings that you see tonight really serve more as guidelines and may shift, based on funding availability, cost, ease of implementation, and community needs as time goes on. So this is what the plan actually looks like. This is what's submitted to Mass DOT. It's a very boring Excel template file, but essentially they're just looking for, brief project info, location info, types of potential treatments for each type of project, and preliminary cost information. So when we talk about Complete Streets projects, we're really focused on intersection redesigns, street reconfigurations, traffic calming measures, enhancements to the pedestrian and bicycle network, transit stop and station improvements, and then streetscape upgrades. So think, like wayfinding, stormwater management, landscaping, street lighting, things like that. So how did we come up with the plan? First, we reviewed a lot of different town studies. So we looked at capital improvement plans, ADA transition plans, master plans, all of the road safety audits that have been conducted to date, and a lot of the other complete street and traffic calming studies that are kind of ongoing. And we were able to identify a lot of different projects already in planning or design stages. Just to name a few, all of the complete streets, studies on Great Road within West Acton Village, South Acton Village, and the Main Street corridor, to name a few. To capture other needs, maybe that have not already been identified, we layered multiple data sets. So we looked at demographic data, roadway network and traffic data, multimodal infrastructure, crash trends, and latent demand for walking and biking to help us really pinpoint any additional safety or accessibility gaps and needs. And for some reason, this slide is always a little hesitant, but we also relied on a lot of public outreach during the process to help identify some of those hotspots. So we did hold a pop-up event at the Oktoberfest back in late September. We distributed flyers, online surveys, and an online interactive map that was, active from October through December. We also just hosted another public open house event a few weeks back, and we've consistently been engaging with the Transportation Advisory Committee throughout the process. So with all that data combined, we were able to identify over 70 projects. This is our boring Excel file again, but 70 projects is a lot. So how do we develop a plan that, the town can implement over time? And that really comes with prioritization. So based on all of the collective information, the assessment fields that are kind of dictated by Mass DOT, we were able to create this kind of series of evaluation criteria that is broken down into looking at safety, access, mobility, ease of implementation, and project support. These criteria are in line with the Mass DOT guidelines and really help provide a more holistic scoring approach when we're talking about a very large variety of different projects. So applying all of those, evaluation metrics to all of the 70 projects, we were able to assign prioritization. Like I mentioned, while these priorities are assigned, this does not hold the town accountable for implementing these measures in that order whatsoever. It's definitely more of a tool for the town to, implement these over time. So right now we do have Central Street pedestrian and bicycle improvements from West Acton to South Acton as the top priority based on, its ability to connect village centers, its high walking and biking demand, its ability to provide direct access to public transit. There was a lot of strong public support, and its current infrastructure with bike lanes switching from side to side and sidewalk on only one side leads to a really uncomfortable experience for a lot of users. This would tie in very well with both of the West Acton Village and South Acton Village Complete Streets efforts that are ongoing and really help bring that missing link to these areas. And so for all of those reasons, this project really lends itself as a very competitive project to advance for Tier 3 funding. You'll also note on this list, we do have Great Road Complete Streets at number 2. This is a town-owned road, state-owned road, so it is not eligible for that Tier 3 funding, but we have included it to make it well known to MassDOT that this remains a very high priority for the town. So to make the plan kind of more accessible and transparent to the residents of Acton, we did develop this interactive experience builder. You can kind of explore this on your own time. It's on the town's website, but it really allows the public to really get in there, access all of this data, explore and receive, some additional detailed information about each project. And within that site, and we've distributed this through the town website, there was a follow-up survey that was launched to kind of gauge the public satisfaction with the plan. As part of this, this past Friday, we had it closed, and we received 85 responses with a majority expressing positive feedback regarding the proposed plan. That survey also provided folks with the opportunity to gauge each project's prioritization ranking, which kind of segues into some of the feedback that we received from the Transportation Advisory Committee, which, their biggest concern was regarding potential public outreach bias. So in that second survey, respondents were asked to, indicate whether each project should be ranked higher, kept the same, or ranked lower. And this kind of gave a broader townwide evaluation of priority projects. So this process, really helped balance out any potential bias from the initial survey where residents, may have prioritized projects near their homes. So essentially, we ended up applying an adjustment factor based on the findings of that data. And I will add that, while public input is an important factor to the final scoring, it does account for no more than 10% of the total score, really, ensuring that the technical analysis performed was really the primary driver for these rankings. We were also very vigilant about monitoring for any duplicate submissions in the surveys, and we're pretty confident that multiple submissions didn't skew the rankings at all. The TAC also suggested that we have an additional scoring field that provides extra points for any projects that have already been identified as high priority sidewalks or traffic calming initiatives. We did take that feedback and have incorporated it into the plan. So for example, we did have that Main Street at Prospect Street intersection that was initially ranked a little bit lower. That kind of gave that a boost up among some others. So it's a better reflection. The committee also had some questions regarding some of the evaluation metrics and how those were identified. We did provide Corey and Chin with a kind of response to comment letter that goes into further detail about some of those evaluation metrics, but essentially we're using, publicly available data from MassGIS to really inform, those walk and bike scores, which are, driven by latent demand. So where the public is likely to walk or bike regardless of current infrastructure. And on top of that, the environmental justice communities, those are predefined from MassGIS using some census data. So all of that is within that letter. There, we provided some links to that data so they can kind of go ahead and get some more information on that. But looking ahead, we're asking for your approval tonight for the updated prioritization plan. Once approved, we'll kind of refine the details based on the feedback we've received and prepare to submit this to MassDOT by early March. That is well ahead of the final April 1st deadline, but we do want to provide ample time for MassDOT to review and kind of give the town enough time to, kind of set the stage and build their application for the Tier 3 funding in May, which is for that $500,000 construction funding. So that's all I have. Thank you for your time and would love any feedback.
Thank you so much. That was a great presentation, very clear and concise. Jim.
Hi, Jim Snyder Grant here. I just wanted to appreciate your very careful response to the concerns raised by the Transportation Advisory Committee. I'm the select board rep to them, and I got to hear some of their conversations, and really appreciate the, that you were able to either adjust your process or explain your process in a very responsive way. Thank you.
Of course, thank you.
David?
Yes, thank you for the presentation. I think the result here is really good. I mean, I could quibble with the order of some of the things if I was just doing this list by myself, but they're all really close to what I would have chosen as the most dangerous spots in town, for people to ride bikes or walk or cross the street or whatever. And so I think it's really good, and I think it's super important for us to get in here to be able to be eligible for these grants.
It was because a lot of people from Stowe Street attended that meeting and were directed to the interactive map and put in their feedback on the priority, oh, this needs to be ranked higher. So that's what made it move up. But now I see that it's back at number 8, and it also, once again, ends at Jones Field. But on Friday, it had gone from Maple Street to Robbins. So did your correction change it back?
So just a little clarification, there are the interactive website, and this is a fault on my own, it does include, it's Jones Field to Robin Street. When we first initially, were laying out all the projects, we had those broken up into two different segments. Jones to the Liberty, or sorry, I'm mixing up the Maple to Jones, and then Jones to Robbins. So that's all in one segment now to kind of consolidate there. But yes, there will be some adjustments with that second adjustment factor that we're going to include, from that second survey where people could say, I want this project ranked higher, the same, or lower. And that's going to be able to kind of balance that bias a little bit. So, after that first TAC meeting, a lot of folks from Stowe Street did come out, and, that did bump up that score a little bit. So we're trying to kind of level that out with the second survey where, folks are looking at this from a town-wide level. So if there's, a significant amount of portion of, the total responses that are asking for, lower prioritization, we might, include an adjustment factor for that to kind of balance those two surveys out, if that makes sense.
Yeah, thank you. So will you add on the Robbins to, because in the PDF that's in our meeting packet, the presentation, your slides, and I think you just showed it, in this presentation, you'll add in that it's combined and going all the way to Robbins Street?
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
Definitely.
All right, that's
Absolutely.
clear.
Yep. Sorry, I know exactly what you're talking about right here. Yep.
Great, thank you.
Yep.
Just a quick comment from my fellow board members, just to keep in mind that we're chasing after a $500,000 grant that we can get every 4 years. The cost of, doing all these projects is, somewhere maybe 10 million, maybe 40 million. It's hard to, estimate it, but this is, we're chasing a fairly small amount of cheese for the fondue we're trying to make here.
Oh, now I'm hungry. But, and this is one of our goals, yeah, so I'm all for voting for this tonight. We have online caller, yeah. And I want to apologize that I missed, during one of our conversations, there was an online caller that I didn't call for online calls during that topic, and I apologize. But I'd love to hear an online caller now.
Hi there. Thank you so much, Fran. I expressed my concern about the Great Road project to Alyssa, who gave me assurances that the property is not going to be exempt from Stormwater Act. So I'm very happy with that, but I want her to show me, and I've written to her with the RAC copied so I can get a better understanding of that. Relative to the corridor, Main Street corridor, can I ask a question? I think I'm in support of option 3, but I want to make sure of, first of all, that does not include any new signalization, correct?
Is that a question?
Hello? No new.
Yes. Yeah.
Yes, what? Yes, no?
I think we're waiting for Corey to maybe answer.
Okay.
Yeah, I think you might be referring to the next presentation that we're talking about as far as the Main Street corridor, but Main Street's in here, and I think Hayward Road is in here too as priorities, but this isn't approving all the projects to move forward. This is just getting a priority so the board can consider.
Okay, but in the priority, is there any signalization in the priority? Because the neighbors, from what I understand, are not for signalization. It's not safer. And there's no indication that there's enough of a warrant. And even if there is, there's a now disagreement on whether those traditional measures would be warrant for signalization. So is this priority list and contain any new signalization?
I believe we have Hayward Main intersection signalization in here as one of the priorities. And I have met with all the direct abutters who were generally supportive of a project there to improve safety because they watch what's going on day in and day out, trying to get out of their driveways. So,
Well, we haven't seen them yet, and we're not sure that they've gotten the whole picture on that. So I would urge the board to not prioritize signalization until we have had a full workshop with the abutters getting the full story, because it's our understanding that they are not for it, and that there will be a movement to not approve the acceptance of the properties required for such a project. I will comment on option 3 next, but I hope that you guys approve this plan, but take out signalization. I don't think it's an appropriate place to bury that in a huge report like this, that's full of wonderful things, and have something so controversial built into this plan very deep down in it. Thank you.
Is there another caller?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. My name is Rama Balakrishna. I'm the current chair of the Transportation Advisory Committee. So I just want to say this is a lot of work. It's not easy to collect this much information and on such a range of projects and prioritize it and so on. We have interacted with the consultant and the engineering department on a couple of occasions to get familiarized with this. We did share some of our comments, and happy to see that they've been addressed qualitatively. We look forward to understanding some of the technical details behind it eventually. I know this has all happened pretty quickly. We met on the 17th to kind of draft a response to this and so on. So thank you for addressing them in today's presentation. But hopefully we can get some more details. So thank you.
Is there another caller?
Yeah, Greg Jarbo again. This is the first time I've seen this plan. I am very impressed. So kudos to Nicole, kudos to Corey. You've taken a lot of very complex information and put together a presentation that explained it to me the first time out. So I just wanted to share the positive feedback.
Thank you, Greg.
No. Board members? I thought the Hayward Main light was deferred, or is that a possibility of it being deferred? Yeah, John.
In terms of the proposed budget for FY26, it was one of the projects that I've recommended we defer just because there are other funding opportunities out there that may be available to us where that's not the same for some other projects. So it's not, it's still in the program, just I recommend we defer a year to sort out other funding.
Alyssa?
So I'm looking at the spreadsheet, and the number 3 priority Hayward Road does not indicate signalization. There's a whole bunch of other items like restriping and pedestrian signs and, enhancing the school crossing and curb changes. And also now I see the number 4 Stowe Street, so, and it includes all the way to Robin Street. So that was a silly question for me to ask because it's there. But I'm in favor of going ahead and approving this so we can send it off to the state and be eligible.
Really just incredible.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
So I move, to approve the complete street prioritization plan update.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Nays? It's unanimous. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Have a great night, everybody.
Night.
Thank you.
So Corey, number 9, presentation of the Main Street Complete Street Study, Route 2 to Acton Center.
Yeah, we've been, on this project, we've been working with tool design, and Carolyn's coming up now. She has a brief presentation just highlighting how we got to where we are and talking about what next steps as far as conceptual layout. Looking for your feedback on that. So I'll hand it over to Carolyn to sort of kind of showcase the slides and the outreach that got us to this point so far.
Thank you, Corey, and good evening to all the members of the select board there. As Corey mentioned, I was going to do a very brief overview of the Main Street Complete Street Design Option project that we're bringing to a conclusion now. This project, we were evaluating options and developing a recommended complete street direction for Main Street between Route 2 and the Acton Town Center. Nicole went over exactly, what is a complete street. So it includes walking, biking, transit, and vehicles for people of all ages and ability. In taking a look at the project area, it's about 4,500 linear feet, so a little bit less than a mile between the Route 2 westbound ramps and the Acton Town Center. And so it's an important connection in the town, as everybody who lives there know, between Kelly's Corner and even the Acton MBTA station to the south. The town center, also a major connection to the nearby high school campus on Charter Road off of Hayward Road, and also to the Acton Town Arboretum. For this project area, it's important to consider the tie-ins, what it will be linking to. So the southerly tie-in at Route 2 goes to the Mass DOT ramps to Route 2. And there is the roundabout that's under construction, or under design rather, there. Kelly's Corners to the south, so that project is under construction. That has bike lanes and sidewalks on both sides of the street. The roundabout is proposed to have shared use path that would go around it. And then there's sort of the question of the bridge, which is owned by the state. My understanding from Corey and the town staff is that there's concern about having bike lanes going by the westbound ramps for safety reasons. So that is a key consideration in terms of thinking about connectivity from this part of Main Street on the town-owned segment of the street through to Kelly's Corner. It may not be feasible to have the bike lanes, even though they're showed in this rendering. Looking at the Hayward Road intersection that was just being discussed. So this was a design that was done as part of a separate project. We didn't do this design, but this was a complete street design that meets the state standards for complete streets. In terms of bicycle and pedestrian accommodations here, it's one solution. It's not the only solution that would meet the state standards, but basically it has buffered bike lanes going through on Main Street there, sidewalks on both sides of the street, crosswalks every leg of the signalized intersection. So that did have the signalization that was mentioned earlier on the Complete Streets plan. And then the northerly tie-in of the Main Street project is at the town center, which has the recently completed buffered bike lanes and sidewalks. So those are sort of touch points for thinking about the different ways that we could have a complete street corridor along Main Street. So basically, we developed 3 options. Just a quick note on existing conditions. We have a 50-foot right-of-way out there, or rather, I should say the town has a 50-foot right-of-way out there. There's a couple of conditions that exist right now. So 2 lanes and a sidewalk is the section along part of the corridor. And then in other areas, there's a sidewalk on both sides. The lanes are quite wide, 13, 14 feet wide. This is very wide for in town. That's, a 12-foot lane is a highway lane. So certainly there's room to narrow those lanes. But you can also see that, between 32 and 41 feet within a 50-foot right-of-way is developed so that there is space on both sides that is part of the public right-of-way, but it's, often interpreted as the yards for the abutting properties. The first option included sidewalks and buffered bike lanes. So this would basically continue the design at the town center and, the conceptual or the 75% design at Hayward Road. That would have 5-foot sidewalks on both sides, 5-foot bike lanes with a 3-foot buffer. You can see also just looking at this section that, most of the green space between the sidewalk and the street is not available because it's going into the bike lanes and the buffers. We looked at another option of having 8-foot side paths on both sides of the street. So this would be like shared use paths that would allow bicycles and pedestrians to share going up and down the street. There's fairly, not a real heavy density of pedestrians in the area. We did see bicyclists using the sidewalk while we were out there observing in the field. And the third option would be a 10-foot side path on one side of the street and a sidewalk on the other side of the street with grass buffers in between the travel lanes and the sidewalks and the side path. So the side path is like a shared use path. So this one's a little bit wider at 10 feet. And this one, because it's just thinking about how it ties in, this one would tie in at Hayward Road differently so that the bike and ped path would be on the Hayward Road side or the west side of Main Street. And, this does have the potential to continue south over the bridge to Route 2 and could go into the roundabout at Route 2. And so that would be an advantage because it would avoid having bikes and pedestrians in the area, the westbound ramps. And the other thing that's a little bit different about this alternative is how then would it tie in at the town center? So it's the southbound bike lane would just ramp up onto the 10-foot shared use path. However, the northbound bicyclists would need to cross at the existing crossing there to pick up the bike lane going north. So we did a layout of all of the 3 options and we looked at the various impacts with respect to mature trees, utility poles that would have to be moved, fire hydrants, stone walls. And, basically the first option with the buffered bike lanes and sidewalks on both sides had the most impacts on mature trees and also stone walls. And the option 3 that has the 10-foot shared use path on the west side of the street and a sidewalk on the eastern side of the street had the fewest impacts. And the 8-foot side paths was in between. And really, utility poles, those are very similar impacts. Certainly fire hydrants are very similar. In terms of the mature trees, we looked at encroachment into the root zone. So in some cases, that means that the trees would need to be removed. In other cases, it would mean that the sidewalk goes over the root zone. That's an existing condition out there in some places. So, when you see 44 mature trees that are impacted, it doesn't mean necessarily that they're taken down, but certainly some are taken down. And another, consideration with respect to evaluating the 3 alternatives that we considered in addition to impacts to trees and stone walls and utility poles was the tie-in to Route 2, the connection to Hayward Road and the schools, and the tie-in to the town center. So, overall, options 1 and 2, which you could call sort of the bilateral alternatives with the bike lanes in one option or the side paths had more impacts to trees, utilities, and they don't tie in to Route 2. Something else would have to happen, likely going over the bridge to connect into Kelly's Corner and the roundabout at the eastbound ramps. But the tie-in at the town center is a little bit more straightforward. So overall, our recommendation was for alternative 3 or option 3, which had the 10-foot shared use path on one side. Fewer impacts, the tie-in to Route 2 was more straightforward. And also it was a nice tie-in to Hayward Road. It's a T intersection, and then the schools are, on the one side where the shared use path is. So that seemed to work out well. It is more complicated in that the northbound bikes would have to cross the street up at the town center. In terms of the public feedback, we had an online survey that was put out in October of 2024 when we were developing and evaluating alternatives. We got 198 respondents, which was a great amount of people responding. And, the clear themes that came through from the public were primarily around 3 topics. The first one was pedestrian safety and accommodations. Many people reported that walking on Main Street feels unsafe and inconvenient, particularly from Hayward Road and Musket Road to Kelly's Corner. Bicycle accommodations, there is a desire for bicycle accommodations that are separated from vehicle traffic. So the people who addressed bicycle accommodations did not want to be separated by a striped lane, generally speaking. And even some drivers, would prefer to have the bikes not be in the road, but also separated from traffic. And the third, sort of group of comments or themes that we heard a lot about was concern about side street crossings. There were a lot of comments about Hayward Road. There were comments about heavy traffic and speeding in that along Main Street. So those were the kind of grouping of the main comments that we got in the online survey. We also held an open house in December, early December of 2024. And a lot of the participants at the open house were abutters. And there were concerns about tree impacts and about widening the roadway. There was some concern about emergency vehicle passage with narrower travel lanes. And there was some comments about being able to turn in and out of driveways. There was a desire for wider shoulders. And there was concern about the safety of the existing crosswalk near the westbound ramps. So that's sort of, again, indicative of that whole kind of safety concern around the westbound ramps, which is a consideration for this project. But there was a general preference for option 3 from the folks that attended the meeting due to the fewer impacts. But there was, a question about how the transition would work at the town center. And then we met with the Transportation Advisory Committee earlier this month. And the Transportation Advisory Committee recommended option 2, which is the 8-foot side pass on both sides of Main Street. And, that recommendation is understandable because it provides, separated bicycle accommodations with that direct tie-in to the town center bike lanes. We're concerned about what happens over the Route 2 bridge. And so, we didn't look at that because that's MassDOT owned roadway, but something, that kind of bilateral approach is likely not to be approved there because of safety considerations. And we're also concerned about the impacts to the abutting properties and trees, particularly north of Taylor Road. This, we are very conceptual. We're at a very conceptual phase. And in the next level of design, we can go and look in more detail at impacts and how, the best combination of bike paths and sidewalks would work out there. Some hybrid approach might make sense, but that would all be unwrapped in the next phase of design. So really, what we're looking for in terms of next steps is the select board to provide a direction for further design development for Main Street. And, you know, some of these issues can be looked at in the 25% design. You know, with this concept or with a longer term vision for Main Street, you know, it helps the town staff to program incremental roadway intersection improvements on Main Street. When you have kind of a bigger picture of what the long-term view is, it's easier for the town to respond to that. And also to, you know, periodic design updates that they get from Mass DOT for the Route 2 ramps. So that's all that we have in terms of a presentation. I'm happy to take any questions, and Corey may have something to add to that as well.
Thank you.
And
Oh, sorry, Corey. Go ahead.
oh no, I was just going to say I think she covered it pretty well. I think both approaches, option 2 and option 3, are in some respects are very similar. It's just a matter of the options of the shared use path and the sidewalk. So I think it lends itself, depending on the board's thoughts, is as Cal was saying, as we get into the actual design phase and get into the preliminary design phase, if we can hatch out what the sort of where the limitations of the road should be, making room for the sidewalk or shared use path, whatever comes out of it, it would allow us to address sort of the deteriorating pavement condition before it gets in too bad of shape, and then we're in a much more costly sort of reclamation approach. So looking forward to hear what you guys have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. 8-foot paths on either side seem so luxurious. That was my comment. My favorite was the grassy bike path with smaller roads. But Jim, sorry.
No, we all speak. A question for Corey. Can you say more about the status and the timing of the eastbound ramp work? That drawing looked, you know, like it was still was still in a developmental phase. So I'm feeling like is it true that this work on Main Street doesn't make sense until that work is done?
That plan that we showed was MassDOT's conceptual that they had presented at the sort of informational meeting early on. I haven't heard an update as far as their timing of design. But as far as I know, they were full steam ahead on that approach. And as far as the timing of it, it's for us to be working out the actual corridor. I don't necessarily see any major concerns with timing, because as we're working on the design of Main Street, it's going to take us a while to get through even the 25% and then working further. So I think as they advance theirs, they did give a timeline of when they were planning their construction funds. And I feel like as we advance ours, that we'll be somewhere in line with that. So I don't think we're ahead of them per se. So I think we're in a good position to figure out what we're trying to do. And then if changes are coming down the pipeline with theirs, we would be able to easily pivot to make adjustments to that.
So I like option 3 quite a bit for a few reasons. One is that the side path that can take bikes is a little bit wider. 8 foot is a little narrow to have passing bicycles, and so our bike paths are usually 10 or 12 feet. They can be 8 feet, but that's slightly on the narrow side. Also, I think there's a natural separation between the bikes and the pedestrians. In Massachusetts, you can ride bikes on the sidewalk if you want, or the street if you want. But I think people would probably adhere to the, if they want to be away from the bicycles, they'll walk down the sidewalk. If they don't care, they'll walk down the shared path. They both have the same amount of green buffer, although it's asymmetrical in the case of the side path. And there's actually 1 foot less of paved space or impervious space in the side path model. So, option 2 is not bad. I think option 3 has a number of advantages, and in addition to the tie-in on the bridge, kind of puts it over the top for me. Thanks.
Dean?
Yeah, I agree that option 3 seems to be the best. I think it's important that we move ahead with the 25% design. You just look at the sort of infrastructure that's going in right now with the dog park getting started in the summer, McManus Manor getting under construction right now. Regardless of what might happen with the signalization of Haywood Road and when that's going to happen, I think there's lots of other work that needs to get done. Obviously, there's going to be, tree impacts, stone wall impacts, all of these things. There's probably going to have to be some re-landscaping done after all of this is installed, but that just makes it more and more important that we get going on the 25% design so that they know what the true impact is going to be. They'll have an opportunity to negotiate with the abutters, and if you know that change is coming down the road, maybe there's some landscaping that can be done outside the right-of-way now, and some of those trees will be more mature when the actual construction takes place. So I like option 3, and I'd like to authorize them to move ahead along those lines.
Thanks. Thank you for the presentation. I like the proposal to pursue a hybrid. I think that, I agree with David that the tie-in at the bridge, puts option 3 over the top. And I also appreciate that it has a little bit less impervious surface. But I think that the Transportation Advisory Committee's concern about the bikes needing to cross over Main Street, I know that the crosswalk, because they're going to bump out the curve at Coughlin, is going to make that a little bit safer for pedestrians. I heard at the December open house from people who live right there that cars actually turn around. They go down the one-way street and then turn around and go the wrong way, which is just wild to me. So I know that that's gonna make that relative, that area a little bit safer, but still I think the concern is valid from TAC. I also heard very clearly from the residents who attended that open house that they're pretty concerned about the narrowing of the lanes. So I never thought I would say this, but I think that they do need to be wider, which means that, if there's a hybrid, that it'll be more impervious surface, which I don't love. But if you have, they were telling the consultants and then, put folks in the conversation that when emergency vehicles come down Main Street and the cars pull over, they'll pull over right opposite instead of, oh, maybe I should stop before or pull up after instead of being parallel with this other vehicle. So then you've got, a 7-foot vehicle, another 7-foot vehicle, and then a 10-foot fire truck cannot get through if you've only got 22 feet. And I feel silly arguing with a traffic engineer, but yeah, highway lanes might be 12 feet, but you're going the same way on a highway. So it doesn't feel great to be
I don't think it will feel great to be less than that when you are facing oncoming traffic, especially going 35 miles an hour. So I think that just the number of people who are very concerned about narrowing the lanes, not only to pull out of their driveways without entering the other lane, the opposite lane, but also for emergency vehicles to get up and down Main Street, it might be worthwhile, you know, advancing the design, but incorporating some of those concerns and maybe making some alterations so it's more of a hybrid.
My feeling is that the whole narrowing of the lanes is to just promote slower traffic. That's really what that does.
Yeah, I'm generally in favor of narrower lanes because I know it does slow people down. But it sounds like they currently have difficulty turning out of their driveways without going over into the opposite lane. And the number of vehicles on Main Street sounds like it's so high that when emergency vehicles come through, people are stopping. They're not, you know, they're pulling over into the shoulder, but there's not enough room for the emergency vehicles to get between the two cars that are stopped right opposite one another.
David?
There is enough room. I looked this up at the time, right? So an average car is less than 6 feet wide. So let's just say it's 6 feet. That takes up 12 feet of lane if they had no space between them. And a truck, and I looked this up again just now, 8 feet, the fire trucks are probably actually a little narrower than that. So that's 20 feet wide plus a little bit of space, right, to get by. So you can get by. And also someone can just put their tires up on the curb, right? I've certainly done that with people getting, you know, with an emergency vehicle getting by. I've taken my car up on the curb to make sure the emergency vehicle can get by. And I think the traffic calming effect on Main Street is very important. And I think it does have to be well-designed so people can get out of their driveways. And so the placement of the curbing, the placement of the sidewalk and stuff will all enter into that. And we obviously need to consider the people who need to, you know, pull out and turn either left or right on Main Street, how that's going to work for them.
Yes.
So I was being really conservative and thinking, you know, there might be a truck or an SUV that would be wider than 6 feet. And also, the residents on Main Street were describing that people pull over not parallel to the curb, but at an angle. So they're kind of sticking out, and they're saying now, where it's wider, that they often see the emergency vehicles not being able to get through. So I'm just concerned about that. If they're witnessing it now and the lanes are wider than 11 feet. So technically, yes, there should be enough room. And I'm all in favor of less impervious surface, but I'm just concerned. I guess I'll leave it to the experts, the traffic engineers.
David?
Can I just ask a question? If you wanted wider lanes, what would you change? Would you get rid of the grassy buffers? Would you get rid of the sidewalk on one side?
I think with this option 3, instead of having the 5 feet grassy buffer next to the 10-foot shared lane, you could pull that down to 3. So it's 3 and 3 on either side.
3 and 3, and then 2 12-foot lanes.
And 2 12-foot lanes, yeah.
Can I just say one thing on that? So we don't have to really kind of, whether it's 11 feet or 12 feet for the travel lane, you know, that's kind of for the next phase of design. This isn't, you know, this is kind of a design direction for an approach. And, you know, some of that can be ironed out like in the next iteration of design. There is, you know, there is some room in the right of way. 5 feet between a shared use path and the road is definitely the standard because, you know, you have bikes, they're basically kind of going head on, right? If they're going in the northbound direction, they're not going with traffic. So there's a lot of different design considerations. You know, we definitely heard what the neighbors were saying. We would probably recommend a 1-foot shoulder in addition, just from a maintenance point of view, in here, but that's all kind of would come up in further refinement of the design.
Thank you. Thank you for that.
Eric Heels.
Madam Chair, there's been someone online for a long time, actually, if we're taking public comment.
Yep. Okay, we'll hear from Jim first. Sorry, Eric. And then we'll take the caller, if you just want to hang on for a minute.
Since the TAC was particularly concerned about the transition, the bicycle transition when you get to the center of town, has there been any thinking about what that would look like or be like?
Yeah, we looked at it a little bit here. I think there's an RFB there right now.
Yeah.
And so there is the ability, it's less convenient, for sure, than just kind of, transitioning from a side path into a lane. But it would be sort of you can kind of see here in this drawing, there is a parallel bike crosswalk, so you could come off, use the RFB and connect across and catch the northbound lane.
And I think you just used that jargon phrase that means the flashing lights that people can press? Okay.
Yeah, the beacons. And, again, that would be looked at again more in detail at the next level of design. This is really just a very conceptual exploration of 3 different options and what are the larger impacts there.
Okay. I mean, my feeling now is that this could be improved, but it's good enough for me to think that option 3 is a good option because of the wider, the wide way that bicycles and pedestrians could interact. You need a lot of room for that. And I mean, if it was up to me, I would just close the westbound ramp, but I recognize that I don't really have the power to do that. I would have people, there's another exit, feels like 100 yards away that gets you onto 111, and people could take that exit instead and go north or south. But, that's just me.
Yep. Go ahead, caller.
I think he hit the wrong button, so he disconnected. Oh, sorry.
I did not disconnect. I was asked to join as panelist, so I clicked that and it took me out and brought me back in. So this is Rama again with TAC. I wanted to comment on a couple of aspects. One, on the narrowing of the carriageway. Clearly, it will have traffic calming effects, as multiple people here on the select board have already mentioned. That might actually make it easier for the residents to get in and out of their driveways, because the speeds of the cars moving on Main Street would actually come down a little bit. So that will create bigger gaps for you, safer gaps for those vehicles to actually get in and out of the driveway. So that's something to take into account. Now, in terms of the 3 different options, one of the reasons why TAC recommended considering option 2 was because of a preference for bikers to have continuity in their bike lane and not have to cross the street just to remain on the bike lane. So I think there was some amount of misunderstanding on our part where we thought that option number 2 would actually allow that, because we interpreted that cross section as a dual lane, dual use pathway on either side of the street. But during today's presentation, it became clear that that's not the case, that even in option 2, it is going to be bikes on the left side of Main Street going northbound, and they will have to cross again at some point. So that desire to have continuity is broken, whether it's option 2 or option 3. So that brings up the other question: if it's deemed unsafe for the vehicles, the bikes to cross the ramp, why is it safe for pedestrians to cross that ramp? Is it because they're walking slower? I'm not exactly clear about it. So one thing that just occurred to me was, if we're going to force the bikes to cross anyway, why not do that right after the ramp and force even the pedestrians to cross the street? So you get a much longer dedicated bi-direction bike path, so you don't, the bikes in 2 directions don't have to share the same path for that much. And at the same time, you're getting the pedestrians to cross the street as well. So that leaves the crossing across the ramp completely free of conflict. I'll just throw that out there. And given this new revelation that I've had, if I had to choose between 2 and 3, I would choose 3 now because of the lesser impacts on other aspects. But it does not change the fact that you will have conflict across the ramp. It will be with pedestrians. So is there a way to fine-tune this design so that we remove that conflict as well? If the bikes are going to cross, we might as well get the pedestrians to cross as well at some point.
Yeah, I would just say the crossing of the westbound Route 2 ramps is a challenge, bikes or pedestrians, and would involve a lot more coordination with MassDOT. I know they expressed the same concerns as they were looking at on the eastbound side. So it's something we can, as we advance looking at Main Street, and keep collaboration with MassDOT of what we're doing and how would we get across the bridge on the westbound on-off ramps. See if something, but I think under the current conditions, it's difficult for both, and that's why the shared use path on the other side sort of helps that, because it's avoiding the westbound, would allow us a connection into the roundabout that they're designing and their connection there.
But you'd still have pedestrians on the other side cutting across the ramp, right?
Yeah, we still would have pedestrians and bikers would both have to cross, use the shared use path. But we definitely plan to be talking to MassDOT to find a way to address the westbound ramps so that we could try to make a connection there. It's just, there's a lot more involved there, working with them and getting something that they would be amenable to, and hopefully that we could maybe get them interested to sort of focus on it as maybe a later phase as part of their work at the bridge.
All right.
I think they would want, the safest approach, I suspect. So it could possibly be a win-win situation, but you never know. You don't know until you have the conversation.
Yeah, and I will say a lot of times working with MassDOT, and like this case of Great Road, when they saw the effort we put into our studies over there and coming up with the vision of what we wanted coming down the corridor, it showed them it was something they could look at and agree with, and it allowed them to want to partner with us to do some additional work on the Great Road, because we took the first big step of coming up with the vision of how we wanted the road, and then it allowed them to kind of get an interest and try to advance some next steps. So my hope is that we could do the same if we can show them the vision of the Main Street corridor, and that we're still trying to figure out how to get across the Route 2 westbound, that this would help them to sort of guide those discussions. So.
Thank you. Eric, sorry.
Eric Heels, Rama said what I was going to say. I thought he'd gone to bed, so I'm good.
And there's another caller.
Hi, it's Tara again, and I want to just point out that what Alyssa was talking about when I thought she was saying that there wasn't signalization at Hayward, it's a different, there's a 2 Hayward intersections on that priority list. So I think that we should be careful to not presume that the select board approved that light. And I also hope that you have a workshop that is just about the light so that the wider neighborhood can come. I don't think they understood that the light thing was still on that priority list. And in terms of, I agree with what Fran said about smaller is better with these lanes, because if you give them room, they're going to speed. The more room you give them, the faster they're going to go. I really like the idea of separation, separating the bike lane, separating the sidewalk. And somebody said something about turning lanes. Is there a turning lane proposed at Hayward Road with option 3?
Thanks, Corey.
Yeah, there is a, under the other project, that's the intersection design, it has a left turning movement for Main Street northbound to turn onto, and part of that is some of the giving space for trucks to make that maneuvering, but this is sort of connecting the dots, so this would be sort of the main Hayward intersection. Whatever happens there is sort of a separate discussion. This is connecting all the dots between sort of Kelly's Corner up to Acton Center.
I think what you mean is that this is sort of like the long corridor, because I do want to make sure that we don't accidentally approve turning lanes that end up just making it a speedway. So I would like very much to have a separate Hayward Main workshop, if possible, at some point, so that we can get people there that have seemingly not had their say. I think that they thought that this corridor thing was for the Acton Center up there, but thank you for that. And I'm definitely in favor of option 3. I'm in favor of smaller lanes wherever possible. The smaller they are, the slower they go. Thank you.
What do we need for this? Jim?
Well, it's possible that we could move to approve.
Yes.
Moving towards a 25% design.
Yes.
Focusing on option 3.
That sounds good.
Did you just move it?
Yeah, that's what I just said. Yes, I moved that. Yes.
I'll second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any nays? It's unanimous. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Have a good evening.
10, discuss recommendations to Acton Leadership Group consensus. I just need to stand for a minute. Sorry, you can talk, John.
Sure. So at the last meeting earlier this month of the Acton Leadership Group, there was a lot of discussion about where the plan was. And it was pretty close to being a balanced budget. There was some minor adjustments that were made to estimate for some state aid, which we heard about earlier today, that it sounds like a good thing. It's probably a reasonable thing to project that the state aid will increase as it's been presented so far by the governor's budget. But in any event, there's a lot of discussion about the town budget, and the members from the Finance Committee who were representatives of the Finance Committee at the meeting stated that the town budget should be reduced further to get to 3%, or to get closer to 3%, is I think what they meant. And so that's one item that I know members of the ALG that need to go there at the next meeting will want to understand what the full board thinks of that. And also the other items that were discussed that morning related to sort of how the DPW project plays into the consensus and all the other things that you've sort of been talking about all season. We're getting to the point now where we need to reach a consensus, or I think we should anyways. And so any feedback from the board members to bring to that next meeting would be helpful. The next meeting is, excuse me, in early March. Next week, a week from tomorrow.
So is my recollection correct in that the two FinCom members wanted us to reduce the budget by an additional 700,000?
That was a number that was mentioned, but it was from a napkin. I don't think it was a precise number, more of a aspirational number from my perspective.
Alyssa.
So what I heard was an ask to have the budget increase by no more than 3%. So I didn't hear close to 3%. I appreciate your perspective, John, but what I heard was bring it down to no more than 3% because that's the direction that the school committee gave to the administration for the district. And I guess, you know, that's something that the board typically does, is give that direction of a certain percentage. And we didn't do that this year. And I was paying attention to the overall increase to the tax bill for the taxpayer and the amount, the average increase, and it was a lot lower. And the guidance all the previous year from the Finance Committee was that we need to smooth out the increase and get the tax increase back under the rate of inflation because it had been higher. And I think that the original budget, not the original budget, but the most recent budget, before we're talking about additional cuts, did that because it was an increase of only 2%, which is lower than inflation is currently. So I thought we were smoothing out, but I'm also comfortable with further reductions to be responsive to that request.
Further reductions from
The ones that
are being presented
that we're going to
in
be
the next
talking
year.
about next.
Dean.
Yeah, I think it would be helpful to maybe first discuss some of the possibilities of budget recommendations, any possible cuts, before we make a decision on how we approach ALG and the Finance Committee. You know, I'd like to see what you might have in mind. I know you've sent a couple of memos around, but I'd like to hear your latest thinking, John. I don't necessarily think that we'd have to stay in lockstep with whatever the schools are doing, because we're two totally separate organizations. Yes, we're vying for the same sum of money, a pot of money, but they have their needs, we have our needs. The town has taken a back seat on lots of things for quite some time. And we've repeatedly deferred our needs to the benefit of the schools. And the schools are faced with a dwindling student population, whereas our population of citizens has remained steady or increased. So I think there's more demands on ours. So we're basically, when you think about the comparison, 2/3 of our tax money is being spent to provide services for less than 20% of the population. So I don't have a big problem with the idea of maybe the town side that's providing services to everybody might need a little bit more than just 3%. And I will note that even the school committee pushed back against the school superintendent's recommendation, and they actually added money back into their budget during their budget process. So I think before we come up with any guidance, I really think I'd like to know what you've got in mind, John. If we have to go to 3%, what are we losing?
I was referring to your email that you recently sent to us, right? Where you got it down to 3.86%.
Well, I haven't, I can present that if you'd like. It just was not, it's not in the order the agenda says I should do that next, but I can do that now if you'd like.
I didn't mean to, yeah, maybe we should swap those two, but that's okay. Yeah, that would be great, because it is in the same context.
Okay, I will do that.
Yeah.
Okay, so as I mentioned, the discussion at the ALG meeting, at the most recent one, led me to prepare. Can we go back to the cover slide? I'm working on this I'm working on the town seal. Bringing back the old one. I want to just throw it out there. Anyways, carry on. Sorry. So we made our way through the budget process. We're down at the bottom here. By the 6th, the board has to transmit a budget to the Finance Committee. That's what you believe the town needs to run next year. And it's based on what I recommend to you and what you think makes sense. And then the Finance Committee will spend the time leading up to town meeting to decide whether or not they agree with that. And if they don't, there's still an opportunity for the board to change, but that's just the process that's laid out. And so what also happened last week or that same week is that we got the official word from Maya that, yes, we did get a 14.8% when we were hoping for closer to a 10% at the worst case. And that requires us to cut our budget by $160,000 just to absorb that increase. So whether you want us to reduce further or not, just to keep the budget where it has been recommended to date, we need to cut $160,000 in spending. So that's some context to the further cuts to the FY26 budget, which I'm recommending as responsive to the Finance Committee's request to make those cuts. What I'm presenting would reduce the total spending increase that's currently in the ALG plan at 4.56% to a total spending increase of 3.81%. So it doesn't get us to 3%, but it gets us in the threes, and I think it's a reasonable step towards being very responsive to the concerns that have been raised. And as I'll lay out in a moment, the cuts that we're taking, I think, are also responsive to some of the feedback we've been hearing from the Finance Committee and from the public. So just a note, though, as I mentioned on the previous slide, I'm recommending that we cut the budget by $305,000 in the ALG plan. But to do that, we actually need to take a cut of $465,000 because of health insurance. That's confusing, so I just said it 3 different times. Hopefully one of them made sense. Okay, next, please. So here's hard to read, but the colors in red and green, hopefully you can see. We have to increase by 160 and then cut that by 290. What I'm recommending is that we reduce this slide doesn't make any sense. Let's go to the next one, please. This is way easier to read. So we're going to cut the operating budget by $290,000, primarily by reducing staffing, which is what we heard. We heard that, we understand that you need staffing to run services the way that our residents expect them, but adding staffing right now is something that some people think would be better to avoid. So we had proposed 2 firefighters in this budget. We're now proposing 1. We proposed some additional staffing for help desk and digital communications. We're going to roll that back. We are going to take a suggestion we heard at the ALG with a way to fund new positions to reduce the actual cost. And so with that strategy, we'll reduce the funding that we're setting aside, that we're proposing for a new police lieutenant and a firefighter and some other positions so that it's enough to cover half the year. And then we're going to reduce some supplies and equipment line items. All in total, that's a $290,000 cut. We're also going to cut the capital budget by $175,000 in areas where I believe we can manage. We're proposing to make some significant investments in building improvements using other funding sources such as sale proceeds. So that's an area that I think we can scale back. Town meeting clickers, we're going to try to use a grant and some funding this year to jump on that because it has to happen either way. And then vegetation management, we can reduce that a little bit and still advance that initiative. Turnout gear, same issue. We're actually trying to build funding to replace all of the turnout gear with turnout gear for the firefighters that is PFAS free. And that's going to be a substantial investment in the millions. But we want to start working on it now. Unfortunately, there isn't a commercially available PFAS free equipment, but we want to start having funding available for as soon as it is. And so we're still recommending appropriating $75,000 towards that effort, but not as much as we were recommending before. So in total, that, I think the next slide may be easier to read than the previous one. In total, the budget increases at the bottom right, 3.81%. And our level services estimate way back in November said that we needed 5.7. So the math on that is, pretty substantial. From what was presented as level service to what I'm now recommending as a revised recommendation today, which gets us to a 3.81% increase year over year. And I think to answer the question that you may ask me in a moment, what would it take to get to 3%? I would really not want to go further into operations. I would start working on capital. And as we've talked about in years past, deferring capital projects is a good way to reduce the budget a little bit, but it doesn't mean those projects go away. None of the projects that we've recommended are extras or nice to haves. They're major infrastructure needs such as sidewalks and bridges and things that we don't really have a choice on. So we definitely can defer some of those expenses to try to get the number down. But I think that would be my recommendation and my answer to the question of how we'd get to 3%.
Dean.
Yeah, I thank you for that, John. No particular surprises in here. I mean, you kind of gave us some hints in the past, and it's good the public gets to see.
I'm in agreement with Dean. Any other? David?
So I wouldn't want to go any lower than this. Yeah, I think there is, a couple of things here make me a little bit uncomfortable as it is. And so I would not want to go lower than this. I will point out that two things about the capital projects that we could start taking away capital projects. First of all, they don't have the same effect on the budget numbers since they largely come out of the free cash. It's only the first year debt service that comes out, and so we have to overcompensate the we have to defer projects where we borrow and not projects that we buy stuff, and so we have to defer the bigger projects, which is a big deal, and the effect is magnified because if we have a project that we're going to borrow for 15 years, the first year, for just putting interest aside a little bit, we only get to save out of the budget 1/15 of that, and and then we're not working on the thing, and we don't have the use of the thing, whether the thing is a fire truck, a sidewalk, or an HVAC system. And so I would be pretty uncomfortable about deferring those more. I will also point out that in last year's ALG discussions, we deferred capital projects, and it was explicitly stated in those discussions that we could not defer them forever, and the town was deferring them to smooth over the increase from the override. And so I just want to point that out. And finally, I reject the argument that says we have to be equal to or less than the school district. That doesn't make any sense. There are so many years where the school district has been a little bit ahead of us in percentage, a little bit greater than us in percentage, where it made sense, right? They explained to ALG what their needs were, and you know, these are years that go back a few before the override. You know, we might be increased 3.25%, and the school district might go up 3.5% or something like that. And you know, of course, that it makes sense. This year, the school district's request from us, and you know, largely due to limitations in Foxborough, is less. And to say that somehow that means we have to incur a similar amount of pain doesn't make any, I don't understand that argument at all. And I'll say also, the final thing is, in all of these scenarios, even before the manager's recent cuts that he's presenting to us tonight, the 2-year average increase for the town was less than the 2-year average increase for the schools, right? And I support our schools, right? I argued very strongly this year and last year for school funding, but to put the town in the position that we always have to be less than the schools just doesn't make any sense. First of all, we are less, right, in the 2-year percentage. We're just not this year. And you know, the 1 year that the town needs to be more, it's terrible. I don't understand that argument.
Alyssa.
So I just wanted to bring that up, not because I agree with it, but that's what I heard said. So I just want to make that clear, that I don't think that we need to be in lockstep with the school district in terms of recommendation. I think what you said, David, about deferring projects, you know, we talked about not being able to do that for very much longer. If we don't buy the thing, we don't have the thing to use. So I think that those expenditures are critical. And the thing that I'm concerned about with this proposal is that we are still increasing staff following an operating override. So a couple of positions are cut, a couple of positions are deferred hires. We're going to hire halfway through the fiscal year, but there's still new staff. And I think that the general public is not necessarily going to look so closely at the budget and see exactly what's changed, other than the numbers, not what we're spending it on. But Finance Committee certainly will, and I think that their objection to that was pretty strong. Just doesn't sit well to see an increase in staff. Particularly, I do not want anyone to think that I don't support public safety, but in particular, I still haven't seen a clear justification with data for the increase in fire staff. I understand that it's going to impact the impact shift over time, but sorry, I can't remember which meeting it was, but Corinne said, let me get this straight. You have 7 positions or whatever number unfilled, and yet the proposal is to add more. We're also running a pilot program and operating the department very differently. So I'd just really love to see that play out. Let's be able to hire firefighters and police officers that live 15 miles more than 15 miles from Acton. Let's fill those positions. Let's change the operation so we have better recruitment and retention before we talk about adding staff. And I know that one of the positions is for fire prevention, which is a function that is covered by other staff. The police lieutenant position is about being able to manage the body cam. And I really wish that the public had been told, we're gonna add in this body cam program, but we're gonna need to increase staffing in order to manage it. That was not, at least I didn't hear that as part of the conversation. So is it possible to manage that program for a while longer without this new position? I don't know. There's all sorts of positions open in town hall, and we're giving tasks, those tasks that the people in those positions would have done to other staff. And I don't want to overburden anyone. I don't want to risk our ability to retain staff, but I'm just wondering if that's possible. So that's my only concern, is what's being reduced here.
Yeah, I'll first address the issue of needing new firefighters. I mean, I've been hearing for 15 years or more that in order to match NFPA standards, National Fire Protection Association standards, for a town of our size with sort of duties, we should have 16 more firefighters. Basically, an extra 4 on every shift. And, we keep backing off, and now we're down to 1. And I think regardless of what happens with the pilot program and whether we have 2 stations open or 4, I think the chief has made, not just this chief, but the chief before her, and the chief before him, and the chief before him, all made the same point. And I think we should defer our understanding towards the professionals. Especially when you look at the tremendous increase in the need for ambulances and the amount of medical responses that goes on constantly in this town. This is one of the things that I'm really upset about, that now we're backing off to just 1 firefighter. As far as the police lieutenant goes, it's getting to be a bigger department. There are more challenges. Certainly the body camera operation is just one of them. But everybody wants the police to be modern and up-to-date and responsive and transparent. And I think if you want all of those things, then you probably have to support the infrastructure, which is adding a police lieutenant. And I don't have a problem with adding staff. It's not like we're adding extraneous individuals. I think we're adding people that are going to be providing direct services to the public. And to go back to my original point about the population of the town and the needs of the town keeps increasing, and we've been holding back. I think it's time that we need to come up with a couple of more individuals, and I think public safety is a good place to invest our money in. So I don't have any problem, and I don't think that I need to, stand back and, look for a 3-year study of, do we really need that many firefighters? I think, 20 years of people talking about how we need more firefighters is enough to convince me.
Alyssa and then Jim.
I just want to say that I knew if I said that Dean would tell me why. So thank you for that, Dean. And I'm not suggesting that we don't need to add staff. My concern is the optics that were pointed out by the Finance Committee of adding FTEs in a year following an operating override, that it just didn't sit right. I think that there are plenty of other additional staffing needs in Town Hall. I would love to add, at some point, a procurement position. So the staff are doing a great job at bringing in grant money, but there's management and reporting and all of that. And that position would pay for itself 10 times over, each year, but bringing in even more grant money. I think, communications, Jim, you mentioned that you think we need to do a better job with communications, so maybe that digital sign is not an extravagance, but there's also, people behind that to create the content. And I think we need somebody who is in Town Hall who's like dedicated to social media and newsletters and getting that information out on time to residents. I'd like somebody to help out in the economic development office when we get an economic development director, an administrative assistant. So there's plenty of staff positions that I think that we see as needs, and probably the town manager sees as needs in the future. So I'm not against that. It's just my concern is whether or not the Finance Committee is going to support, recommend this budget.
Jim.
I'd say we're not quite converging. I note that we need to send this to the Finance Committee by the 6th of March, and we're meeting again in a week before that. So I would recommend that we come at this with fresh, alert brains in a week and settle it.
Does that work, or?
It works for me. I mean, I think the Finance Committee meets tomorrow night, I believe. And they would probably be curious to see where we were headed, and we would just have to say, we'll get back to you.
I feel we should come to an agreement tonight, personally. Just with timing. That is my input. David?
I think we're not converging on everything.
Yeah.
But are we agreed that we can go down to 3.81%?
That's what I was curious.
And then I could just tell I can get up during residents' concerns at the beginning of the Finance Committee meeting and say we met. Yeah. We don't need a big presentation to them, but that we met, and the budget we're going to transmit will likely be 3.81%. We haven't finished discussing it. We're going to finish discussing it in a week. Does that sound okay to everybody?
Is that okay, Jim?
Yeah, I'm willing to go along with the board. I don't think that we're not converging unless you have a different opinion yourself, Jim. I just wanted to voice that concern about the optics of this. I have concerns that this is a reduction. It's almost $1 million reduction from level services. But I'm absolutely willing to go along with the majority of the board.
Me too. I know that my thinking is not at its best right now. It usually is not after 11, but I'm willing to go along with whatever the rest of the board wants.
Because it might get kicked back to us.
Well, I think that's fine.
Yeah.
Well, at the end result, we go into town meeting, not an agreement. Right. It's much better if we are in agreement. Yeah. And so if we can work it out, that's better. But it can't really be kicked back. It just, they're going to, if they want to say they disagree, they can say they disagree.
I'd rather know that sooner rather than later.
I guess, I'm as exhausted as everybody is here. But I don't know what it is that, if we defer this for another week, is there going to be any more information that we're going to have in the next week? If we decide at that meeting in a week that gee, you know, we really should give this more thought. We've run out of time, we've run out the clock. So I'm not sure. Everybody seems to be comfortable with sticking with the 3.81 and acknowledge the fact that, yeah, I mean, the optics aren't great, but, you know, the optics weren't great for getting an override last year either. But I think we really have to decide that this is the number. We're going to support the manager, and if the finance committee doesn't agree with it, that's regrettable, but I think we as a select board are charged with providing services to the town. We are the elected officials that have to respond to the voters, and, you know, we have to show some leadership here. So I'm perfectly comfortable with the idea of voting to support the town manager's recommendation right now. I don't know what we're going to know in a week that we don't know right now.
Yeah, I would challenge a little bit that the optics aren't good, right? Three things. We are less than the schools on a two-year average basis. The overall budget is coming in under what's permitted with Proposition 2.5. In other words, we are increasing the amount of untaxed levy, right? And now I forgot my third point. But anyway, this 2 points is good.
So you're not okay with the 3.8?
No, I think,
Yeah.
what I'm saying is the 3.81,
Yeah.
I'm perfectly happy with those
Yes,
optics.
yeah.
And I think most of the public will understand.
Yeah.
I also understand that a number of people on the finance committee will not like that. But I will say that when I was there were a few people who said 3%, and other people who kind of called out reduced, right? So they weren't completely in agreement on 768,000 or whatever it was. So anyway, I'm perfectly happy with the optics. I think we're doing a good job.
I think we should move forward with this and have.
I move to approve the town manager's recommendations and move forward with we can say, should I say, transmit the 3.81% increased budget to Finance Committee?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Nays?
You said?
I said yes.
Oh, thank you. Nays, unanimous, thank you. Thank you, John.
Madam Chair, I know I was pressing for this, but could I propose that we skip item 12 tonight?
Sure,
And move on? We're only going to do a week.
Discussion, yeah. So 13, discuss DPW facility building project and February 28th joint meeting with Finance Committee.
So I think, and hopefully Tom has got these numbers a little bit closer to his fingers, but we have had some meetings since the select board last met, and that I was present. And I think we've cut the size of the building down by an additional percentage. David did a particularly good job of coming up with a presentation that showed the impact of some of these cuts. We've authorized the project to go ahead with this latest cutback to the estimators, and the estimates will be coming back shortly. Tom, what were the impacts of the latest cuts that we did?
Dean, so the number that was floated by the designer, and I do want to note that these numbers are very back of the napkin, and for them to be confirmed, we do have to wait for the cost estimates to come back, to come back. So this number may fluctuate up a little bit or down a little bit, but the ballpark number was $37.6 million.
And I think, should clarify, that's
It's total project cost,
total project cost.
correct?
And some of the alterations that have been done to accommodate that include basically taking a 5-foot wide slice out of the equipment garage, putting the wash bay as a add alternate, because that's something easy to eliminate and easy to put back. It would be one of the ordered alternates that would go into the bid. And then there's also the removal of part of the access corridor that goes through goes from the office area out into the garage bays. And that consolidation and elimination of some of the space in the offices. So there are pieces that have been taken out. So it's in the 3,000 to 4,000 square foot range of reduction of size of the building, which was the latest that we've come up with. So that's where we are. We can certainly discuss how we approach the Finance Committee with this. I am doing some public presentations over the next few weeks to a month. Tom's helping me do one with Lions Club. We've got another follow-up at the Senior Center in early April. We'll be rolling out some other presentations, but that's kind of where we are. And then I guess from there, the question is, Madam Chair, how are we going to handle the joint meeting on Friday?
So I think that it'll be moderated by our own town moderator, Joanne Berry, and we'll see what kind of information comes out of that meeting. I'm not, pardon me, yeah.
If I could, David, you did share that presentation that you put together over the weekend with me. And I would think, and certainly John and Tom would want to weigh in on it, but that would be a really good handout, frankly, to make available or something like that, because it really epitomized the amount of progress we've made on scaling back the project between our previous meeting, joint meeting with the Finance Committee, and where we are coming up at the end of this week.
David.
So I've asked the FinCom chair for time tomorrow night to present the floor space analysis, and he's granted me that time. So it's not a very long presentation, it's maybe 8 slides or something, maybe 10 slides, including the opening and questions slide. Anyway, that's I'll be giving them that, and then that'll need to be in their minutes, so I'll send them a copy of that, and so everybody will have a copy. I might tweak the presentation a little bit in the morning, but very little, and so I think I'm last on the agenda, along with Greg Jarbo, who's giving an update from the last building committee meeting.
Thanks so much for everybody for finding a way to be responsive to the financial concerns. I think it does put us in a better conversational position about gaining support. So I think that's great. A question I had was, there were also a bunch of future reductions in contingencies as things got more developed, and also potential reductions in the the number of geothermal wells that were going to be built. And those are all still future possibilities, or they've already been done?
David?
So the designers have said that we only need 3/4 of the number of wells. And I think that a little bit less cost is in the number that Tom spoke about a minute ago. And your other question was?
Contingencies?
Oh, yeah, so I think we could potentially reduce contingencies. One thing that the Finance Committee was worried about, and I think is a concern, is whether the cost of steel might go up with tariffs. And so I don't know what percentage of the total construction cost is steel. You know, I don't have a way of judging that, but we might want to hold on to some of the contingencies a little bit longer than we would have if that had not been the case.
I mean, I think in any case, my conclusion is still the same, that we're showing real progress and we have directions for other future changes. I think that can only help, and thank you.
Is there a way in the future, because I know that the price is not set and things change, of putting square footage back, you know, possibly in the vehicle storage area, or, because that to me is important, and I just think it's going backwards, but.
Well, I think it's hard at this point to put that space back in because we really won't know. When we talked about, for instance, the wash bay as an ad alternate, that's if the price comes in good, we can add that back in because it's a separate segment of the building. And there are I think 4 ad alternates they're talking about. But I think it's well nigh impossible to add back in that kind of space into the equipment storage area after the bid has been opened. I mean, you know, conceivably, if the estimates come in particularly rosy, we could always look at it, but obviously the building would have to be redesigned. There's going to be a period of time in which you've got to develop all of those design documents, and there's going to be additional costs in doing that. So I think once we figure we're going to lose that 5-foot wide swath, that's pretty much a done deal.
Any other?
I will say, though, I mean, I think, as Jim kind of indicated, we're trying to be as, you know, financially responsible as possible. But I'll note that I'm not sure of Dean's exact words in the last building committee meeting, but this is about as small as we can get and have a usable building. If we were asked to go smaller, I would have a really hard time with that because then we're building something which is not going to satisfy the intended use. And at that point, I think I would advocate that we just take it to town meeting and see what residents say. And, you know, I've told other people, and Dean certainly knows this, we've had, you know, 3 fire station proposals, 2 public safety bills and proposals, and you see what, you know, the town meeting residents like or don't like, and you get educated. And so, you know, we'd have to learn from that to see what they said. But I think from my point of view, and again, echoing a little bit what Dean said at the last building committee meeting, this is about the limit, I think, of what you could do and get a useful building.
Thank you. Alyssa?
Have you provided any parameters to the town moderator for structuring the meeting? I think that Bart did a great job. It might not have been what everybody was expecting to talk about, but I think being able to articulate the other committees' perspective and how much they were attached to that perspective with the 1 to 10 ranking, I think that was an important first step. But I'm hoping that this discussion between the two boards will be more about details and clarifications, because I have some concerns about things that I've heard at finance committee meetings that I think are either, I don't know, just misperceptions or something. So I'd like to be able to, talk about the nitty-gritty things. And I think that, she's a town moderator, so she's got experience moderating, lots of different, not just town meeting, but other meetings as well, like candidate forums and things like that. But maybe some rules would be good. I'd like to have a rule that nobody is allowed to point at someone when they're speaking, because I saw quite a bit of that at the meeting that I missed. I was like, thank goodness I had the flu. I didn't have to get pointed at when I watched the recording. It was a little concerning to me. No finger wagging.
To answer your question, I haven't checked in with Joanne. I figure that's her job. I could check in, and I know, I was surprised how creative the first meeting was. I thought that was pretty creative. I didn't imagine that he would operate part like that, so. But I can check in with her. David?
But I think that you and Jason should tell her what you want. She shouldn't tell you what you want. So you should tell her what you want. And I agree with Alyssa that I think the last meeting was billed as a marriage counseling, and I think that's what it was. And it was okay for that, right? I think it was, there was a little bit more of understanding of back and forth, and I think we discovered that there wasn't a huge gulf in our misunderstanding, that we just disagreed. That's at least my perception. I mean, I could quibble a little bit and find things on both sides. I think that there were, people didn't agree back and forth, but, so I agree with Alyssa. I'm hoping that this is a little bit more of a debate, kind of like town meeting, frankly, where, we try to convince the finance committee of the merits of the project, and they try to convince us of the need for further fiscal control or deferment or whatever they would like to say, right? So,
I will take these.
And we can do the specifics like Alyssa said, I think.
Yeah. I will take this info to Joanne. Yeah. Any more discussion? Lastly, discuss potential sale or lease of 3 School Street and 13 School Street.
Thank you for including this on the agenda. We did try to sell the 3 School Street building 3 times with formal RFPs. The most recent time, we had a pretty competitive bid from a development company that wanted to use both that property and the nearby 13 School Street, that's currently a parking lot, use both of those and actually acquire the land in between them and put together a housing and mixed-use development that included a lot of housing near the train tracks and then reusing the fire station building for, I believe it was a cafe and some type of other space above it. The town meeting did not approve the disposition of the parking lot property, so that project sort of stopped, and that they moved on and they're looking at other things. However, there's been a lot of recent interest in those properties, both the 3 School Street property and the 13 School Street property, which is a parking lot. The church that you're all aware of is currently for sale right next door or right down the street as well. There's new ownership of the Exchange Hall, so there's a lot of things that have changed since the town meeting didn't support that. So I have a placeholder on the warrant right now for the board to consider. They're very easy to take off if you don't want it on there. But I have it on there to ask again for the authorization to dispose of the 13 School Street property. And disposing can be selling it or it can be leasing it like we just did to the food pantry. The other thing that I wanted to share about that is the property in between, which was permitted through this board for, I think it was a 6-unit row house, got through the HDC approvals. The person that did that moved on and is selling it. Several different people have said they were going to buy it. And they've all said what's going on with the other property. So I just think that there's an opportunity here to do another RFP, say development community. The board has expressed interest in the past in a mixed-use development on this site, which is in the heart of South Acton, right next to the train station. What ideas do you have to use these 2 parcels for a community benefit and hopefully some money? I mean, a lot of times those proposals, if it's big enough, they'll give you something, but otherwise, sometimes this is what we can do with the land. I think there's always been a concern about parking. The last time it was the church patrons or folks that were concerned about losing that parking. I'm sure other people will be concerned about losing the parking this time. And so as the last proposal included, it could require replication of some amount of public parking, whether it's on street or on the sites or whatever. But I just think I wanted the board to have an opportunity to say whether you want to do this again or not, because I think the market's going to move without us if we don't consider it.
David.
So I'd like to see this. I was sad that the last proposal didn't go through. There are just 2 things for me, but I think these are can be judged after we get responses to the RFP. One is that I would not want to give up the parking lot without some commercial space there, right? Whether mixed use is fine, but I would not want to give up the parking lot just for housing, because I feel that South Acton Center is special and can't be duplicated in other parts of town, right? And I think it needs some housing. And second is I'd like the property to be taxable. So, those are mine, and we can judge those after we get responses to the RFP.
Dean.
Yeah, I'd be in favor of spinning the roulette wheel one more time. I think it was a real shame that due largely to a lot of misinformation that the project did not go forward at town meeting a couple of years ago. So I'd be in favor of doing it. And I think, again, as David suggested, let's see what the responses are. I would, based on my earlier comments about the town constantly giving stuff away, I would not be interested in giving away 3 School Street and then have a nonprofit come in and say, well, now not only do we want this thing for free, but we want the town to fund all of our renovations or waive our building permit fees or something like that. So I think, this should be a financial, a development boon to South Acton Village, and should be a financial benefit to the town.
Alyssa.
One thing that I would want to make sure that we do is reach out to the entities that are currently there. And that didn't happen with the last proposal that was brought to town meeting. I mean, somebody reached out to them and they showed up at town meeting, but it wasn't the board. So, yes, the South Acton Congregational Church has moved to West Concord to join that congregational church, but there's another church there. And yesterday at 1 o'clock when I drove by, the lot was 2/3 full. So I don't know if, you know, the Anointed Church is meeting now on Sundays, or, you know, it was 1 o'clock, so maybe Magenta had rented out the space for an event and people were parking there for the studio. Their lease is up at the end of August, I think. And it doesn't look like the Anointed Church, the new landlord, will be renewing it because they need the space, but they need the space because they have plans for expanding and programs, which is exactly what was happening at the South Acton Congregational Church. It wasn't just parking on Sunday. They were doing AA meetings and yoga classes and other community. They were renting the space for dance classes. You know, we talk all the time about how parking is an issue in our villages. So definitely I agree that parking with John and David, that parking should be part of, whether it's on the street or part of that lot or somewhere else on the other parcels. But we need to have a plan for that. At least some spaces that are right there, and people don't have to park on Maple Street or Railroad Street and, you know, walk across Main Street to get to that site. And I'm also definitely in favor of mixed use. Like, it makes a lot of sense to have residential development near the train station. People can walk there. I was thrilled that Habitat for Humanity was interested in the Civil Defense Building. But then the Carlisle Road parcel came up, so they focused on that because they could only do one at a time in town. But residential makes a lot of sense, but that area should be a mixed use with a vibrant commercial presence.
Jim?
Same speech as before. I don't have the bandwidth in my brain to make a good decision, but I'm happy to go along with whatever the board wants.
I'm joining the masses, and I would like to see this developed. And it didn't even occur to me about leasing a lot as well, and that could be an option. So that's a great idea. Thank you. David?
Just for my clarification, we don't need town meeting approval to do the RFPs. We just will need town meeting approval probably to enter into some kind of agreement with the RF. For example, if we wanted to sell the property, lease the property, whatever, that's going to require town meeting approval.
That's correct. So the town meeting approval we already have for 3 School Street. So we could sell that today, potentially. But the town meeting needs to authorize the board to dispose of 13 School Street, which it has not done yet. And the RFP can happen before or after town meeting. I think the reason that I wanted to have this discussion tonight and start working on it now is just that you're going to town meeting and asking to dispose of the land and then not saying for what, or having the board say it's interested, I think would make it harder. So I think we can start working the RFP now and see if we can get it together and out before town meeting. But it shouldn't be, we already did it. So I think what you've said tonight is the same thing you said last time. So the RFP should be pretty similar. So we should be able to get it out this next month, maybe. And then just town meeting. The board has already declared both properties surplus, and that's the other step is required. So, thank you.
Michaela?
Sorry to start talking so late, but I own a property right across the street from that parking lot, and I own another property down the road. And I am really concerned about our little South Acton church, that if that parking goes away and is not replaced by something else, you're dooming that church to become basically a single-family home, because there is no parking there, and it's very, very difficult to get it under our current zoning. So I want you to think about that and what happens to that building, what happens to that. I do love the idea, and have since 1995, when they put in the mixed use possibility for South Acton Village zoning, that we need mixed use, and especially maybe commercial under and housing over. But we do need to keep enough parking for that church to have any possibility of anything beyond a one house, one family there.
Thank you. David?
So I don't mind working that out, something with the church. I don't know what church is there now, but to me, you know, a lot of people now expect that that's their parking, whether it's people, you know, people who go to Exchange Hall or people who use the church. The parking was paid for by commuters. If, you know, I think it's, if it's going to benefit others, especially a commercial operation, they should pay for it, right? They could buy the whole lot, they could pay a fee, whatever. But I think it's too much just to expect that we would preserve the lot for somebody else to use. Anyway, I'm open to proposals, but and I said when, you know, in the last time we did this, that I thought we could accommodate the church with, because Sunday is special, right? You can do different kinds of on-street parking on Sunday, and you can do other things. Other kinds of uses for the church building are harder. And so, I mean, except a single-family home. And so we'd have to get more inventive. But anyway.
Jim?
I'm fine with proceeding this way. I would strongly recommend that that you be in touch with the church board and the realtor who's working the expert who is working on selling that land. It seems to me they're open to all sorts of possibilities, and maybe there's some coordination or a single project that encompasses all those properties that would be appropriate. By May, certainly, it would seem very likely that that building won't be closed on yet, and there won't even be a deal yet. So I think the timing is right for considering something that could incorporate both that building and the other properties. And as far as I know, the church board has essentially let go of the possibility that another church would be moving in there. And they don't know what's next, but certainly they have talked about a single-family home. That is some of the interest that's been expressed. So it's out there.
Oh, I thought I was on to consent.
So I just want to say one more thing. I've heard a couple of times that that lot was purchased for commuters, paid for by commuters. If we want somebody to pay for it, all we have to do is put in a pay for parking thing. So, you know, if we want people who are going to church, people who are going to a dance studio, people who are going to a coffee shop to pay for the parking, just put in a meter and let people pay. That's really not an issue. But there's municipal parking all over town. I don't pay for parking to go get ice cream in West Acton when I park on the street.
So you're good, John. You have all you need from us. So on to consent, approve request to close Spruce Street for Silver Unicorn Bookstore Kids Graphic Novel Festival on May 3rd, 2025, and authorize town manager to sign license agreement. 16, approve meeting minutes, January 13, amended 15/21, and February 3rd, 2025. 17, approve amended charge for Acton Recreation Commission. 18, approve intermunicipal agreement for the establishment of a coordinated, automated, on-demand bike share system. Yes. Okay. Okay, thanks. Till next time. 19, approve one-day malt and wine license, tactical reintegration project, Nara Park, July 20, oh, long night, July 12th, 2025. Number 20, accept gift recreation department, Northern Bank and Trust Company. 21, accept gift recreation department, Eckel Hogan O'Connor. 22, approve to delegate management of 4 Piper Lane, 6 Piper Lane, 4 Piper Lane rear, and right-of-way over 90 School Street to the Conservation Commission.
I move to approve consent items 15 through 17 and 19 through 22.
All in favor? Oh, second. Sorry, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. None. Any nays? Unanimous? And 18 will follow us till next week, maybe.
Move to adjourn?
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
You didn't see if anyone was opposed to adjourning.